Chapter 18 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 18 The Accident. Bickley did return, having recovered his temper, since after all it was impossible for anyone to remain angry with Lady Eva for long, and we spent a very happy time together. We instructed, and she was the humble pupil. How swift and nimble was her intelligence, in that one morning she learned all our alphabet and how to write our letters. It appeared that among her people, at any rate in their later periods, the only form of writing that was used was a highly concentrated shorthand which saved labor. They had no journals, since news, which arrived telepathically or by some form of wireless, was proclaimed to those who cared to listen, and on it all formed their own judgments. In the same way poems and even romances were repeated, as in Homer's day, or in the time of the Norse sagas, by word of mouth. None of their secret knowledge was written down. Like the ritual of Freemasonry, it was considered too sacred. Moreover, when men lived for hundreds of years, this was not so necessary, especially as their great fear was lest it should fall in the hands of the outside nations, whom they called barbarians. For be it remembered, these sons of wisdom were always a very small people who ruled by the weight of their intelligence and the strength of their accumulated lore. Indeed, they could scarcely be called a people. Rather, they were a few families, all of them more or less connected with the original ruling dynasty which considered itself half divine. These families were waited upon by a multitude of servants or slaves drawn from the subject nations, for the most part skilled in one art or another, or perhaps remarkable for their personal beauty. Still, they remained outside the pale. The sons of wisdom did not intermarry with them or teach them their learning, or even allow them to drink of the life water. They ruled them as men rule dogs, treating them with kindness, but no more. And as many dogs run their course and die in the lifetime of one master, so did many of these slaves in that of one of the sons of wisdom. Therefore, the slaves came to regard their lords not as men, but gods. They lived but 70 years and 10 like the rest of us, and went their way, they, whose great-great-grandfathers had served the same master, and whose great-great-great-grandchildren would still serve them. What should we think of a lord who we knew was already adult in the time of William the Conqueror, and who remained still vigorous and all-powerful in that of George V? One, moreover, who commanded almost infinite knowledge to which we were denied the key? We might tremble before him, and look upon him as half divine, but should we not long to kill him, and possess his knowledge, and therefore prolong our own existence to his wondrous measure? Such, said Eva, was the case with their slaves, and the peoples from whence they sprang. They grew mad with jealous hate, till at length came the end we knew. Thus we talked on for hours till the time came for us to eat. As before, Eva partook of fruit, and we of such meats as we had at hand. These, we noticed, disgusted her, because, as she explained, the children of wisdom, unless driven thereto by necessity, touched no flesh, but lived on the fruits of the earth and wine alone. Only the slaves and the barbarians ate flesh. In these views, Bickley for once agreed with her, that is, except as regards the wine, for in theory, if not in practice, he was a vegetarian. "I will bring you more of the life water," she said, "and then you will grow to hate these dead things as I do, And now farewell. My father calls me. I hear him though you do not. Tomorrow I cannot come, but the day after I will come and bring you the life water. Nay, accompany me not, but as I see he wishes it, let Tommy go with me. I will care for him, and he is a friend in all that lonely place. So she went, and with her Tommy, rejoicing. Ungrateful little devil, said Bickley. Here we've fed and petted him from puppyhood, or at least you have, and yet he skips off with the first stranger. I never saw him behave like that to any woman except your poor wife. I know, I answered. I cannot understand it. Hello, here comes Bastin. Bastin it was. Dishevelled and looking much the worse for wear, also minus his Bible in the native tongue. Well, how have you been getting on? Said Bickley. I should like some tea, also anything there is to eat. We supplied him with these necessities, and after a while he said slowly and solemnly, I cannot help thinking of a childish story which Bickley told, or invented one night at your house at home. I remember he had an argument with my wife, which he said put him in mind of it. I am sure I don't know why. It was about a monkey and a parrot that were left together under a sofa for a long while, where they were so quiet that everybody forgot them. Then the parrot came out with only one feather left in its tail and none at all on its body, saying, I've had no end of time. After which it dropped down and died. Do you know, I feel just like that parrot, only I don't mean to die, and I think I gave the monkey quite as good as he gave me. What happened? I asked, intensely interested. Oh, the glittering lady took me into that palace hall where Elroi was sitting like a spider in a web, and left me there. I got to work at once. He was much interested in the Old Testament stories and said there was no point of truth about them, although they had evidently come down to the modern writer. He called him a modern writer, in a legendary form. I thought his remarks impertinent, and with difficulty refrained from saying so, leaving the story of the deluge and all that. I spoke of other matters, telling him of eternal life and heaven and hell, of which the poor benighted man had never heard. I pointed out especially that unless he repented, his life, by all accounts, had been so wicked that he was certainly destined to the latter place. What did he say to that? I asked. Do you know, I think it frightened him, if one could imagine Ordo being frightened. At any rate, he remarked that the truth or falsity of what I said was an urgent matter for him, as he could not expect to live more than a few 100 years longer, though perhaps he might prolong the period by another spell of sleep. Then he asked me why I thought him so wicked. I replied because he himself said he had drowned millions of people, which showed an evil heart and intention even if it were not a fact. He thought a long while, and asked what could be done in the circumstances. I replied that repentance and reparation were the only course open to him. Reparation! I exclaimed. Yes, reparation was what I said, though I think I made a mistake there, as you will see. As nearly as I can remember, he answered that he was beginning to repent, as from all he learned from us he gathered that the races which had arisen as a consequence of his actions were worse than those which he had destroyed. As regards reparation, what he had done once, he could do again. He would think the matter over seriously and see if it were possible and advisable to raise those parts of the world which had been sunk, and sink those which had been raised. If so, he thought that would make very handsome amends to the departed nations and set him quite right with any superior power, if such a thing existed. What are you laughing at, Bickley? I don't think it's a laughing matter, since such remarks do not seem to me to indicate any real change in Oro's heart, which is what I was trying to effect. Bickley, who was convulsed with merriment, wiped his eyes and said, "You dear old donkey, don't you see what you have done, or rather would have done if there were a word of truth in all this ridiculous story about the deluge? You would be in the way of making your precious pupil, who certainly is the most masterly old liar in the world, repeat his offense and send Europe to the bottom of the sea." That did occur to me, but it doesn't much matter, as I am quite certain that such a thing would never be allowed. Of course, there was a real deluge once, but Oro had no more to do with it than I had. Don't you agree, Arbuthnot? I think so, I answered cautiously. But really, in this place I am beginning to lose count of what is or is not possible. Also, of course, there may have been many deluges. Indeed, the history of the world shows that this was so. It is written in its geological strata. What was the end of it? The end was that he took the South Sea Bible and, after I had explained a little about our letters, seemed to be able to read it at once. I suppose he was acquainted with the art of printing in his youth, at any rate. He said that he would study it. I don't know how, unless he can read, and that in 2 days' time he would let me know what he thought about the matter of my religion. Then he told me to go. I said that I did not know the way and was afraid of losing myself. Thereupon he waved his hand, and I really can't say what happened. "Did you levitate up here?" asked Bickley, "like the late lamented Mr. Home at the spiritualistic seances?" "No, I did not exactly levitate, but something or someone seemed to get a hold of me, and I was just rushed along in a most tumultuous fashion. The next thing I knew was that I was standing at the door of that sepulchre, though I have no recollection of going up in the lift or whatever it is. I believe those beastly caves are full of ghosts, or devils, and the worst of it is that they have kept my solar tope, which I put on this morning, forgetting that it would be useless there." "The Lady Yiva's fourth dimension in action," I suggested, "only it wouldn't work on solar topes." "I don't know what you are talking about," said Bastin. "But if my hat had to be left, why not my boots and other garments? Please stop your nonsense and pass the tea. Thank goodness I haven't got to go down there tomorrow, as she seems to have had enough of me for the present. So I vote we all pay a visit to the ship. It will be a very pleasant change. I couldn't stand 2 days running with that old fiend and his ghosts or devils in the cave." Next morning, accordingly, fearing no harm from the Orphanans, we took the canoe and rowed to the main island. Marama had evidently seen us coming, for he and a number of his people met us with every demonstration of delight, and escorted us to the ship. Here we found things just as we had left them, for there had been no attempt at theft or other mischief. While we were in the cabin, a fit of moral weakness seemed to overcome Bickley, the first, and I may add the last, from which I ever saw him suffer. "Do you know," he said, addressing us, "I think that we should do well to try and get out of this place. Eliminating a great deal of the marvelous with which we seem to have come in touch here, it is still obvious that we find ourselves in very peculiar and unhealthy surroundings. I mean mentally unhealthy. Indeed, I think that if we stay here much longer, we shall probably go off our heads. Now that boat on the deck remains sound and seaworthy. Why should not we provision her and take our chance? We know more or less which way to steer." Bastin and I looked at each other. It was he who spoke first. "Wouldn't it be rather a risky job in an open boat?" he asked. "However, That doesn't matter much because I don't take any account of risks, knowing that I am of more value than a sparrow, and that the hairs of my head are all numbered."
"They might be numbered underwater as well as above it,"
muttered Bickley.
"and I feel sure that on your own showing you would be as valuable dead as alive."
"What I seem to feel," went on Bastin, "is that I have work to my hand here. Also, the locum tenens at Fulcrum no doubt runs the parish as well as I could. Indeed, I consider him a better man for the place than I am. That old Oro is a tough proposition, but I do not despair of him yet. And besides him there is the glittering lady, a most open-minded person, who I have not yet had any real opportunity of approaching in the spiritual sense. Then there are all these natives who cannot learn without a teacher. So on the whole, I think I would rather stay where I am until Providence points out some other path." "I am of the same opinion, if for somewhat different reasons," I said. "I do not suppose that it has often been the fortune of men to come in touch with such things as we have found upon this island. They may be illusions, but at least they are very interesting illusions. One might live 10 lifetimes and find nothing else of the sort. Therefore, I should like to see the end of the dream." Bickley reflected a little, then said, "On the whole, I agree with you. Only my brain totters, and I am terribly afraid of madness. I cannot believe what I seem to hear and see, and that way madness lies. It is better to die than to go mad." "You'll do that anyway when your time comes, Bickley. I mean decease, of course," interrupted Bastin. "And who knows? Perhaps all this is an opportunity given by Providence to open your eyes, which, I must say, are singularly blind. You think you know everything there is to learn, but the fact is that, like the rest of us, you know nothing at all, and good man though you are, obstinately refuse to admit the truth, and to seek support elsewhere. For my part, I believe that you are afraid of falling in love with that glittering lady, and of being convinced by her that you are wrong in your most unsatisfactory conclusions."
"I am outvoted anyway," said Bickley. "And for the rest, Bastin, look after yourself and leave me alone. I will add that on the whole I think you are both right, and that it is wisest for us to stop where we are, for after all we can only die once."
"I am not so sure, Bickley. There is a thing called the second death, which is what is troubling that old scoundrel Oro. Now I will go and look for those books." So the idea of flight was abandoned, although I admit that even to myself it had attractions, for I felt that I was being wrapped in a net of mysteries from which I saw no escape. Yes, and of more than mysteries, I, who had sworn that I would never look upon another woman, was learning to love this sweet and wondrous Eva, and of that, what could be the end? We collected all we had come to seek, and started homewards escorted by Marama and his people, including a number of young women who danced before us in a light array of flowers. Passing our old house, we came to the grove where the idol Oro had stood, and Bastin was so nearly sacrificed. There was another idol there now which he wished to examine, but in the end did not, as the natives so obviously objected. Indeed, Marama told me that notwithstanding the mysterious death of the sorceress on the Rock of Offering, there was still a strong party in the island who would be glad to do us mischief if any further affront were offered to their hereditary god. He questioned us also tentatively about the apparition, for which he conceived it to be, which had appeared on the rock and killed the sorceress, and I answered him as I thought wisest, telling him that a terrible power was afoot in the land, which he would do well to obey. "Yes," he said, "the god of the mountain of whom the tradition has come down to us from our forefathers,
He is awake again. He sees, he hears, and we are afraid. Plead with him for us, O friend from the sea."
As he spoke, we were passing through a little patch of thick bush. Suddenly, from out of this bush, I saw a lad appear. He wore a mask upon his face, but from his shape could not have been more than 13 or 14 years of age. In his hand was a wooden club. He ran forward, stopped, and with a yell of hate hurled it, I think at Bastin. But it hit me. At any rate, I felt a shock, and remembered no more. Dreams, dreams. Endless dreams. What were they all about? I do not know. It seemed to me that through them continually I saw the stately figure of old Oro contemplating me gravely, as though he were making up his mind about something in which I must play a part. Then there was another figure, that of gracious yet imperial Yiva, who from time to time, as I thought, leant over me and whispered in my ear words of rest and comfort. Nor was this all, since her shape had a way of changing suddenly into that of my lost wife, who would speak with her voice, or perhaps my wife would speak with Eva's voice. To my disordered sense, it was as though they were one personality, having two shapes, either of which could be assumed at will. It was most strange, and yet to me most blessed, since in the living I seemed to have found the dead, and in the dead, the living. More, I took journeys, or rather some unknown part of me seemed to do so. One of these I remember, for its majestic character stamped itself upon my mind in such a fashion that all the waters of delirium could not wash it out, nor all its winds blow away that memory. I was traveling through space with Eva, 1,000 times faster than light can flash. We passed sun after sun. They drew near. They grew into enormous, flaming glories round which circled world upon world. They became small, dwindled to points of light, and disappeared. We found footing upon some far land and passed a marvelous white city wherein were buildings with domes of crystal and alabaster, in the latter of which were set windows made of great jewels, sapphires or rubies they seemed to me. We went on up a lovely valley. To the left were hills, down which tumbled waterfalls. To the right was a river, broad and deep, that seemed to overflow its banks as does the Nile. Behind were high mountains on the slopes of which grew forests of glorious trees, some of them aflame with bloom, while far away, up their crests, stood colossal golden statues set wide apart. They looked like guardian angels, watching that city and that vale. The land was lit with a light such as that of the moon, only intensified and of many colors. Indeed, looking up, I saw that above us floated 3 moons, each of them bigger than that of our own at the full, and gathered that here it was night. We came to a house set amid scented gardens and having in front of it terraces of flowers. It seemed not unlike my house at home, but I took little note of it because of a woman who sat upon the veranda, if I may call it so. She was clad in garments of white silk, fastened about her middle with a jeweled girdle. On her neck also was a collar of jewels. I forget the color. Indeed, this seemed to change continually as the light from the different moons struck when she moved, but I think its prevailing tinge was blue. In her arms this woman nursed a beauteous, sleeping child, singing happily as she rocked it to and fro. Eva went towards the woman, who looked up at her step and uttered a little cry. Then, for the first time, I saw the woman's face. It was that of my dead wife. As I followed in the dream, a little cloud of mist seemed to cover both my wife and Eva, and when I reached the place, Eva was gone. Only my wife remained, she and the child. There she stood, solemn and sweet. While I drew near, she laid down the child upon the cushioned seat from which she had risen. She stretched out her arms and flung them about me. She embraced me, and I embraced her in a rapture of reunion. Then, turning, she lifted up the child. It was a girl for me to kiss. "See your daughter," she said, "and behold all that I am making ready for you where we shall dwell in a day to come." I grew confused. "Eva," I said, "where is Eva who brought me here? Did she go into the house?" "Yes," she answered happily. "Eva went into the house. Look again." I looked, and it was Eva's face that was pressed against my own, and Eva's eyes that gazed into mine. Only she was garbed as my wife had been, and on her bosom hung the changeful necklace. "You may not stay," she whispered, and lo, it was my wife that spoke, not Eva. "Tell me what it means," I implored. "I cannot," she answered. "There are mysteries that you may not know as yet. Love Eva, if you will, and I shall not be jealous, for in loving Eva you love me. You cannot understand? Then know this, that the spirit has many shapes, and yet is the same spirit, sometimes. Now I, who am far, yet near, bid you farewell a while." Then all passed in a flash, and the dream ended. Such was the only one of those visions which I can recall. I seemed to wake up as from a long and tumultuous sleep. The first thing I saw was the palm roof of our house upon the rock. I knew it was our house, for just above me was a palm leaf of which I had myself tied the stalk to the framework with a bit of colored ribbon that I had chanced to find in my pocket. It came, originally, from the program card of a dance that I had attended at Honolulu, and I had kept it because I thought it might be useful. Finally, I used it to secure that loose leaf. I stared at the ribbon, which brought back a flood of memories, and as I was thus engaged, I heard voices talking, and listened. Bickley's voice, and that of Lady Eva's.
"Yes,"
Bickley was saying.
"He will do well now, but he went near, very near." "I knew he would not die," she answered, "because my father said so." "There are two sorts of deaths," replied Bickley, "that of the body and that of the mind. I was afraid that even if he lived, his reason would go, but from certain indications I do not think that will happen now. He will get quite well again, though—"
and he stopped.
"I am very glad to hear you say so," chimed in Bastin. "For weeks I thought that I should have to read the burial service over poor Arbuthnot. Indeed, I was much puzzled as to the best place to bury him. Finally, I found a very suitable spot round the corner there, where it isn't rock, in which one can dig and the soil is not liable to be flooded. In fact, I went so far as to clear away the bush and to mark out a grave with its foot to the east. In this climate one can't delay, you know."
Weak as I was, I smiled. This practical proceeding was so exactly like Bastin.
"Well, you wasted your labor," exclaimed Bickley.
"Yes, I am glad to say I did. But I don't think it was your operations and the rest that cured him, Bickley, although you take all the credit. I believe it was the life water that the Lady Eva made him drink, and the stuff that Oro sent which we gave him when you weren't looking."
"Then I hope that in the future you will not interfere with my cases,"
said the indignant Bickley. And either the voices passed away, or I went to sleep. When I woke up again, it was to find the Lady Eva seated at my side, watching me. "Forgive me, Humphrey, because I hear others gone out walking," she said slowly, in English. Who taught you my language? I asked, astonished.
Bastin and Bickley. While you were ill, they teach me much. Man just same now as he was 100,000 years ago, she added enigmatically. All think one woman beautiful when no other woman there.
Indeed, I replied, wondering to what proceedings on the part of Bastin and Bickley she alluded. Could that self-centered pair? Oh, it was impossible. How long have I been ill? I asked, to escape the subject which I felt to be uncomfortable. She lifted her beautiful eyes in search of words, and began to count upon her fingers.
2 moon, 1 half moon, yes, 10 week, counting Sabbath, she answered triumphantly.
10 weeks, I exclaimed.
Yes, Humphrey. 10 whole weeks, and 3 days you first bad, then mad, oh,
she went on, breaking into the Orphanan tongue which she spoke so perfectly, although it was not her own. That language of hers I never learned, but I know she thought in it, and only translated into Orphanan because of the great difficulty which she had in rendering her high and refined ideas into its simpler metaphor, and the strange words which she often introduced.
Oh, you have been very ill, friend of my heart. At times I thought that you were going to die, and wept and wept. Bickley thinks that he saved you, and he is very clever, but he could not have saved you. That wanted more knowledge than any of your people have. Only, I pray you, do not tell him so because it would hurt his pride.
What was the matter with me then, Yiva?
All was the matter. First, the weapon which the youth threw. He was the son of the sorcerer whom my father destroyed, crushed in the bone of your head. He is dead for his crime, and may he be accursed forever, she added in the only outbreak of rage and vindictiveness in which I ever saw her indulge.
One must make excuses for him. His father had been killed, I said.
Yes, that is what Bastin tells me, and it is true. Still, for that young man I can make no excuse. It was cowardly and wicked. Well, Bickley performed what he calls operation, and the Lord Oro, he came up from his house and helped him, because Bastin is no good in such things. Then he can only turn away his head and pray. I too helped, holding hot water and linen and a jar of the stuff that made you feel like nothing, although the sight made me feel more sick than anything since I saw one I loved killed. Oh, long, long ago.
Was the operation successful? I asked, for I did not dare to begin to thank her.
Yes, that clever man, Bickley, lifted the bone which had been crushed in, only then something broke in your head, and you began to bleed here, and she touched what I believe is called the temporal artery. The vein had been crushed by the blow and gave way. Bickley worked, and just in time he tied it up before you died. Oh, then I felt as though I loved Bickley, though afterwards Bastin said that I ought to have loved him, since it was not Bickley who stopped the bleeding, but his prayer.
Perhaps it was both, I suggested.
Perhaps, Humphrey. At least you were saved. Then came another trouble. You took fever. Bickley said that it was because a certain gnat had bitten you when you went down to the ship, and my father, the Lord Oro, told me that this was right. At the least you grew very weak and lost your mind, and it seemed as though you must die. Then, Humphrey, I went to Lord Oro, and kneeled before him and prayed for your life, for I knew that he could cure you if he would, though Bickley's skill was at an end. Daughter, he said to me, not once, but again and again you have set up your will against mine in the past. Why then should I trouble myself to grant this desire of yours in the present, to save a man who is nothing to me. I rose to my feet and answered, I do not know, my father, yet I am certain that for your own sake it will be well to do so. I am sure that of everything even you must give an account at last, great though you may be, and who knows, perhaps one life which you have saved may turn to balance in your favor.
Surely the priest Bastin has been talking to you, he said.
He has, I answered, and not he alone. Many voices have been talking to me.
What did you mean by that? I asked.
It matters nothing what I meant, Humphrey. Be still and listen to my story. My father thought a while and answered,
I am jealous of this stranger. What is he but a short-lived half-barbarian such as we knew in the old days? And yet, already, you think more of him than you do of me, your father, the divine Oro, who has lived 1,000 years. At first I helped that physician to save him, but now I think I wish him dead.
If you let this man die, my father, I answered, then we part. Remember that I also have the wisdom of our people, and can use it, if I will.
Then save him yourself,
he said. Perhaps I shall, my father, I answered. But if so, it will not be here. I say that if so we part, and you shall be left to rule in your majesty alone. Now this frightened the Lord Oro, for he has the weakness that he hates to be alone.
If I do what you will, do you swear never to leave me, Eva? He asked. No, that if you will not swear, the man dies.
I swear, I answered, for your sake, Humphrey, though I did not love the oath. Then he gave me a certain medicine to mix with the life water, and when you were almost gone that medicine cured you, though Bickley does not know it, and nothing else could have done. Now, I have told you the truth, for your own ear only, Humphrey.
Eva, I asked, why did you do all this for me?
Humphrey, I do not know, she answered, but I think, because I must. Now, sleep a while.
End of chapter 18.
Section 19 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. The Proposals of Bastin and Bickley. So far as my body was concerned, I grew well with great rapidity, though it was long before I got back my strength. Thus I could not walk far or endure any sustained exertion. With my mind it was otherwise. I cannot explain what had happened to it. Indeed, I do not know, but in a sense it seemed to have become detached and to have assumed a kind of personality of its own. At times it felt as though it were no longer an inhabitant of the body, but rather its more or less independent partner. I was perfectly clear-headed, and of insanity I experienced no symptoms, yet my mind, I use that term for lack of a better, was not entirely under my control. For one thing, at night it appeared to wander far away, though whither it went and what it saw there I could never remember. I record this because possibly it explains certain mysterious events, if they were events and not dreams, which shortly I must set out. I spoke to Bickley about the matter. He put it by lightly, saying that it was only a result of my long and most severe illness, and that I should steady down in time, especially if we could escape from that island and its unnatural atmosphere. Yet as he spoke he glanced at me shrewdly with his quick eyes, and when he turned to go away I heard him mutter something to himself about unholy influences and that confounded old Oro. The words were spoken to himself, and quite beneath his breath, and of course not meant to reach me. But one of the curious concomitants of my state was that all my senses, and especially my hearing, had become most abnormally acute. A whisper far away was now to me like a loud remark made in a room. Bickley's reflection, for I can scarcely call it more, set me thinking. Eva had said that Oro sent me medicine, which was administered to me without Bickley's knowledge, and, as she believed, saved my life, or certainly my reason. What was in it? I wondered. Then there was that life-water which Eva brought and insisted upon my drinking every day. Undoubtedly it was a marvellous tonic and did me good, but it had other effects also. Thus, as she said would be the case, after a course of it I conceived the greatest dislike, which I may add has never entirely left me, of any form of meat, also of alcohol. All I seemed to want was this water, with fruit, or such native vegetables as there were. Bickley disapproved and made me eat fish occasionally, but even this revolted me, and since I gained steadily in weight, as we found out by simple contrivance, and remained healthy in every other way, soon he allowed me to choose my own diet. About this time Oro began to pay me frequent visits. He always came at night, and what is more, I knew when he was coming, although he never gave me warning. Here I should explain that during my illness Bastin, who was so ingenious in such matters, had built another hut in which he and Bickley slept, of course when they were not watching me, leaving our old bedchamber to myself. Well, I would wake up and be aware that Oro was coming. Then he appeared in a silent and mysterious way, as though he had materialized in the room, for I never saw him pass the doorway. In the moonlight or the starlight which flowed through the entrance and the side of the hut that was only enclosed with lattice-work, I perceived him seat himself upon a certain stool, looking like a most majestic ghost, with his flowing robes, long white beard, hooked nose, and hawk eyes. In the daytime he much resembled the late General Booth, whom I had often seen, except for certain added qualities of height and classic beauty of countenance. At night, however, he resembled no one but himself. Indeed, there was something mighty and godlike in his appearance, something that made one feel that he was not as are other men. For a while he would sit and look at me. Then he began to speak in a low, vibrant voice. What did he speak of? Well, many matters. It was as though he were unburdening that hoary soul of his, because it could no longer endure the grandeur of its own loneliness. Amongst sundry secret things he told me of the past history of this world of ours, and of the mighty civilizations which for uncounted ages he and his forefathers had ruled by the strength of their will and knowledge, of the dwindling of their race and of the final destruction of its enemies, although I noticed that now he no longer said that this was his work alone. One night I asked him if he did not miss all such pomp and power. Then suddenly he broke out, and for the first time I really learned what ambition can be when it utterly possesses the soul of a man. "Are you mad," he asked, "that you suppose that I, Oro, the King of Kings, can be content to dwell solitary in a great cave with none but the shadows of the dead to serve me? Nay, I must rule again, and be even greater than before, or else I too will die. Better to face the future, even if it means oblivion, than to remain thus a relic of a glorious past, still living and yet dead, like that statue of the great god Fate which you saw in the temple of my worship." "Bastin does not think that the future means oblivion," I remarked. "I know it. I have studied his faith and find it too humble for my taste, also too new. Shall I, Oro, creep a suppliant before any power, and confess what Bastin is pleased to call my sins? Nay, I who am great will be the equal of all greatness, or nothing." He paused a while, then went on. "Bastin speaks of eternity. Where and what then is this eternity, which, if it has no end, can have had no beginning? I know the secret of the suns and their attendant worlds, and they are no more eternal than the insect which glitters for an hour. Out of shapeless, rushing gases they gathered to live their day, and into gases at last they dissolve again with all they bore." "Yes," I answered, "but they reform into new worlds that have no part with the old. This world, too, will melt, departing to whence it came, as your sacred writings say, And what then of those who dwelt and dwell thereon? No, man of today, give me time in which I rule and keep your dreams of an eternity that is not, and in which you must still crawl and serve even if it were. Yet if I might, I confess it, I would live on forever, but as master, not as slave. On another night he began to tempt me very subtly. I see a spark of greatness in you, Humphrey, he said, and it comes into my heart that you too might learn to rule. With Eva, the last of my blood, it is otherwise. She is the child of my age and of a race outworn, too gentle, too much all womanly. The soul that triumphs must shine like steel in the sun and cut if need be, not merely be beauteous and shed perfume like a lily in the shade. Yet she is very wise and fair. Here he looked at me. Perchance of her might come children such as were their forefathers, who again would wield the sceptre of the dominion of the earth. I made no answer, wondering what he meant exactly, and thinking it wisest to be silent. You are of the short-lived races, he went on, yet very much a man, not without intelligence, and by the arts I have I can so strengthen your frame that it will endure the shocks of time for 3 such lives as yours, or perchance for more. And then, again he paused and went on, the daughter of kings likes you also, perhaps because you resemble, here he fixed me with his piercing eyes, a certain kinglet of base blood whom she once also liked, but whom it was my duty to destroy. Well, I must think, I must study this world of yours also, and therein you may help me. Perhaps afterwards I will tell you how. Now sleep. In another moment he was gone, but notwithstanding his powerful command, for a while I could not sleep. I understood that he was offering Eva to me, but upon what terms? That was the question. With her was to go great dominion over the kingdoms of the earth. I could not help remembering that always this has been and still is Satan's favorite bait. To me it did not particularly appeal. I had been ambitious in my time, who is not that is worth his salt? I could have wished to excel in something, literature or art or whatever it might be, and thus to ensure the memory of my name in the world. Of course this is a most futile desire, seeing that soon or late every name must fade out of the world like an unfixed photograph, which is exposed to the sun, even if it could endure, as the old demigod or demi-devil, Oro, had pointed out. Very shortly, by comparison with time's unmeasured vastness, the whole solar system will also fade. So of what use is this feeble love of fame and this vain attempt to be remembered that animates us so strongly? Moreover, the idea of enjoying mere temporal as opposed to intellectual power appealed to me not at all. I am a student of history, and I know what has been the lot of kings, and the evil that often enough they work in their little day. Also, if I need any further example, there was that of Oro himself. He had outlived the greatness of his house, as a royal family is called, and after some gigantic murder, if his own history was to be believed, indulged in a prolonged sleep. Now he awoke to find himself quite alone in the world, save for a daughter with whom he did not agree or sympathize. In short, he was but a kind of animated mummy, inspired by one idea which I felt quite sure would be disappointed, namely to renew his former greatness. To me he seemed as miserable a figure as one could imagine, brooding and plotting in his illuminated cave at the end of an extended but misspent life. Also I wondered what he, or rather his ego, had been doing during all those 250,000 years of sleep. Possibly, if Eva's theory, as I understood it, were correct, he had reincarnated as Attila, or Tamerlane, or Napoleon, or even as Chaka, the terrible Zulu king. At any rate, there he was, still in the world, filled with the dread of death, but consumed now as ever by his insatiable and most useless finite ambitions. Eva also, her case was his, but yet how different. In all this long night of time she had but ripened into one of the sweetest and most gentle women that ever the world bore. She too was great in her way. It appeared in her every word and gesture, but where was the ferocity of her father? where his desire to reach to splendor by treading on a blood-stained road paved with broken human hearts? It did not exist. Her nature was different, although her body came of a long line of these power-loving kings. Why this profound difference of the spirit? Like everything else, it was a mystery. The two were as far apart as the poles. Everyone must have hated Oro from the beginning, however much he feared him, but everyone who came in touch with her must have loved Eva. Here I may break into my personal narrative to say that this, by their own confession, proved to be true of two such various persons as Bastin and Bickley. The truth, which I'm sure it would be wrong to hide from you, Arbuthnot, said the former to me one day, is that during your long illness I fell in love, I suppose that's the right word, with the glittering lady. After thinking the matter over also, I conceived that it would be proper to tell her so, if only to clear the air and prevent future misunderstandings. As I remarked to her on that occasion, I had hesitated long, as I was not certain how she would fill the place of the wife of the incumbent of an English parish. Mothers' meetings and the rest, I suggested. Exactly so, Arbuthnot. Also, there were the views of the bishop to be considered, who might have objected to the introduction into the diocese of a striking person who so recently had been a heathen, and to one in such strong contrast to my late beloved wife. I suppose you didn't consider the late Mrs. Bastin's views on the subject of remarriage. I remember that they were strong, I remarked rather maliciously. No, I did not think it necessary, since the scriptural instructions on the matter are very clear, and in another world no doubt all jealousies, even Sarah's, will be obliterated. Upon that point my conscience was quite easy, so when I found that, unlike her parent, the Lady Eva was much inclined to accept the principles of the faith in which it is my privilege to instruct her, I thought it proper to say to her that if ultimately she made up her mind to do so, of course this was the sine qua non, I should be much honored, and as a man, not as a priest, it would make me most happy if she would take me as a husband. Of course, I explained to her that I considered under the circumstances I could quite lawfully perform the marriage ceremony myself, with you and Bickley as witnesses, even should Oro refuse to give her away. Also, I told her that although after her varied experiences in the past, life at Fulcombe, if we could ever get there, might be a little monotonous, still it would not be entirely devoid of interest. You mean Christmas decorations and that sort of thing? Yes, and choir treats, and entertaining deputations, and attending other church activities. Well, what did she say, Bastin? Oh, she was most kind and flattering. Indeed, that hour will always remain the pleasantest of my life. I don't know how it happened, but when it was over I felt quite delighted that she had refused me. Indeed, on second thoughts, I'm not certain but that I shall be much happier in the capacities of a brother and teacher, which she asked me to fill, than I should have been as her husband. To tell you the truth, Arbuthnot, there are moments when I'm not sure whether I entirely understand the Lady Eva. It was rather like proposing to one's guardian angel. Yes, I said, that's about it, old fellow. Guardian angel is not a bad name for her. Afterwards I received the confidence of Bickley. Look here, Arbuthnot, he said, I want to own up to something. I think I ought to, because of certain things I have observed, in order to prevent possible future misunderstandings. What's that? I asked innocently. Only this. As you know, I've always been a confirmed bachelor on principle. Women introduce too many complications into life, and although it involves some sacrifice on the whole, I have thought it best to do without them and leave the carrying on of the world to others. Well, what of it? Your views are not singular, Bickley. Only this. While you were ill, the sweetness of that Lady Eva and her wonderful qualities as a nurse overcame me. I went to pieces all of a sudden. I saw in her a realization of every ideal I had ever entertained of perfect womanhood. So to speak, my resolves of a lifetime melted like wax in the sun. Notwithstanding her queer history and the marvels with which she is mixed up, I wished to marry her. No doubt her physical loveliness was at the bottom of it, but however that may be, there it was. She is beautiful, I commented, though I dare say older than she looks. That is a point on which I made no inquiries, and I should advise you, when your turn comes, as no doubt it will, to follow my example. You know, Arbuthnot, he mused, However lovely a woman may be, it would put one off if suddenly she announced that she was, let us say, 150 years old. Yes, I admitted, for nobody wants to marry the contemporary of his great-grandmother. However, she gave her age as 27 years and 3 moons, and doubtless for once did not tell the truth. But as she does not look more than 25, I think that we may all agree to let it stand at that, namely 27, plus an indefinite period of sleep. At any rate, she is a sweet and most gracious woman, apparently in the bloom of youth, and to cut it short, I fell in love with her. Like Bastin, I said. Bastin? Exclaimed Bickley indignantly. You don't mean to say that clerical oaf presumed? Well, after all, I suppose that he is a man, so one mustn't be hard on him, but who could have thought that he would run so cunning even when he knew my sentiments towards the lady? I hope she told him her mind. The point is, Bickley, what did she tell you? Me? Oh, she was perfectly charming. It really was a pleasure to be refused by her. She puts one so thoroughly at one's ease. Here, remembering Bastin and his story, I turned away my face to hide a smile. She said, what did she say exactly? Such a lot that it is difficult to remember. Oh, that she was not thinking of marriage. Also that she had not yet recovered from some recent love affair which left her heart sore, since the time of her sleep did not count. Also that her father would never consent, and that the mere idea of such a thing would excite his animosity against all of us. Is that all? I asked. Not quite. She added that she felt wonderfully flattered and extremely honoured by what I had been so good as to say to her. She hoped, however, that I should never repeat it or even allude to the matter again, as her dearest wish was to be able to look upon me as her most intimate friend, to whom she could always come for sympathy and counsel. What happened then? Nothing, of course, except that I promised everything that she wished and mean to stick to it, too. Naturally, I was very sore and upset, but I'm getting over it, having always practiced self-control. I'm sorry for you, old fellow. Are you? He asked suspiciously. Then perhaps you have tried your luck, too. No, Bickley. His face fell a little at this denial, and he answered, Well, it would have been scarcely decent if you had, seeing how lately you were married. But then, so was that artful Bastin. Perhaps you will get over it. Recent marriage, I mean, as he has. He hesitated a while, then went on. Of course you will, old fellow. I know it. And what is more, I seem to know that when your turn comes you will get a different answer. If so, it will keep her in the family, as it were, and good luck to you. Only what? I asked anxiously. To be honest, Arbuthnot, I don't think that there will be real good luck for any one of us over this woman. Not in the ordinary sense, I mean. The whole business is too strange and superhuman. Is she quite a woman? And could she really marry a man, as others do? It is curious that you should talk like that, I said uneasily. I thought that you had made up your mind that the whole business was either illusion or trickery. I mean, the odd side of it. If it is illusion, Arbuthnot, then a man cannot marry an illusion, and if it is trickery, then he will certainly be tricked. But supposing that I'm wrong, what then? You mean supposing things are as they seem to be? Yes, in that event, Arbuthnot, I am sure that something will occur to prevent your being united to a woman who lived thousands of years ago. I'm sorry to say it, but fate will intervene. Remember, it is the god of her people that I suppose she worships, and I may add, to which the whole world bows. At his words a kind of chill fell upon me. I think he saw or divined it, for after a few remarks upon some indifferent matter he turned and went away. Shortly after this Eva came to sit with me. She studied me for a while, and I studied her. I had reason to do so, for I observed that of late her dress had become much more modern, and on the present occasion this struck me forcibly. I do not know exactly in what the change or changes consisted, because I am not skilled in such matters, and can only judge of a woman's garments by their general effect. At any rate, the gorgeous sweeping robes were gone, and though her attire still looked foreign and somewhat oriental, with a touch of barbaric splendour about it, it was simpler than it had been, and showed more of her figure, which was delicate, yet gracious. You have changed your robes, lady, I said. Yes, Humphrey. Bastin gave me pictures of those your women wear. On further investigation I found that this referred to an old copy of the Queen newspaper, which somehow or other had been brought with the books from the ship. I have tried to copy them a little, she added doubtfully. How do you do it? Where do you get the material? I asked. Oh, she answered with an airy wave of her hand, I make it. It's there. I don't understand, I said, but she only smiled radiantly, offering no further explanation. Then, before I could pursue the subject, she asked me suddenly, What has Bickley been saying to you about me? I fenced, answering, I don't know. Bastin and Bickley talk of little else. You seem to have been a great deal with them while I was ill. Yes, a great deal. They are the nearest to you who were so sick. Is it not so? I don't know, I answered again. In my illness it seemed to me that you were the nearest. About Bastin's words I can guess, she went on. But I ask again, what has Bickley been saying to you about me? Of the first part let it be. Tell me the rest. I intended to evade her question, but she fixed those violet, compelling eyes upon me, and I was obliged to answer. I believe you know as well as I do, I said. But if you will have it, it was that you are not as other human women are, and that he who would treat you as such must suffer. That was the gist of it. Some might be content to suffer for such as I, she answered with great sweetness. Even Bastin and Bickley may be content to suffer in their own little ways. You know that is not what I meant, I interrupted angrily, for I felt that she was throwing reflections on me. No, you meant that you agreed with Bickley that I'm not quite a woman as you know women. I was silent, for her words were true. Then she blazed out into one of her flashes of splendor, like something that takes fire on an instant, like the faint and distant star which flames into sudden glory before the watcher's telescope. It is true that I'm not as your women are, your poor pale women, the shadows of an hour with night behind them and before. Because I am humble and patient, do you therefore suppose that I'm not great? Man from the little country across the sea, I lived when the world was young, and gathered up the ancient wisdom of a greater race than yours. And when the world is old, I think that I shall still live, though not in this shape or here, with all that wisdom's essence burning in my breast, and with all beauty in my eyes. Bickley does not believe, although he worships. You only half believe and do not worship, because memory holds you back, and I myself do not understand. I only know, though knowing so much, still I seek roads to learning, even the humble road called Bastin, that may yet lead my feet to the gate of an immortal city. Nor do I understand how all this can be, Eva, I said feebly, for she dazzled and overwhelmed me with her blaze of power. No, you do not understand. How can you, when even I cannot? Thus, for 250,000 years I slept, and they went by as a lightning flash. One moment my father gave me the draught, and I laid me down. The next I awoke with you bending over me, or so it seemed. Yet where was I, through all those centuries when from me time had ceased? Tell me, Humphrey, did you dream at all while you were ill? I ask because down in that lonely cavern where I sleep, a strange dream came to me one night. It was of a journey which, as I thought, you and I seemed to make together, past suns and universes, to a very distant earth. It meant nothing, Humphrey. If you and I chanced to have dreamed the same thing, it was only because my dream travelled to you. It is most common, or used to be. Humphrey, Bickley is quite right. I am not altogether as your women are, and I can bring no happiness to any man, or at the least to one who cannot wait. Therefore perhaps you would do well to think less of me, as I have counselled Bastin and Bickley. Then again she gazed at me with her wonderful great eyes, and shaking her glittering head a little, smiled and went. But oh, that smile drew my heart after her. End of section 19, read by Sandra, Montreal, 2021.
Section 20 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Section 20. Oro and Arbuthnot travel by night. As time went on, Oro began to visit me more and more frequently, till at last scarcely a night went by that he did not appear mysteriously in my sleeping place. The odd thing was that neither Bickley nor Bastin seemed to be aware of these nocturnal calls. Indeed, when I mentioned them on 1 or 2 occasions, they stared at me and said it was strange that he should have come and gone, as they saw nothing of him. On my speaking again of the matter, Bickley at once turned the conversation, from which I gathered that he believed me to be suffering from delusions consequent on my illness, or perhaps to have taken to dreaming. This was not wonderful, since, as I learned afterwards, Bickley, after he was sure that I was asleep, made a practice of tying a thread across my doorway and of ascertaining at dawn that it remained unbroken. But Oro was not to be caught in that way. I suppose as it was impossible for him to pass through the lattice-work of the open side of the house, that he undid the thread and fastened it again when he left. At least, that was Bastin's explanation, or rather one of them. Another was that he crawled beneath it, but this I could not believe. I am quite certain that during all his prolonged existence, Oro never crawled. At any rate, he came, or seemed to come, and pumped me, I can use no other word, most energetically as to existing conditions in the world, especially those of the civilized countries, their methods of government, their social state, the physical characteristics of the various races, their religions, the exact degrees of civilization that they had developed, their attainments in art, science, and literature, their martial capacities, their laws, and I know not what besides. I told him all I could, but did not in the least seem to satisfy his perennial thirst for information. I should prefer to judge for myself, he said at last. Why are you so anxious to learn about all these nations, Oro? I asked, exhausted. Because the knowledge I gather may affect my plans for the future, he replied darkly. I am told, Oro, that your people acquired the power of transporting themselves from place to place. It is true that the lords of the Sons of Wisdom had such power, and that I have it still, O Humphrey. Then why do you not go to look with your own eyes? I suggested. Because I should need a guide, one who could explain much in a short time, he said, contemplating me with his burning glance until I began to feel uncomfortable. To change the subject, I asked him whether he had any further information about the war, which he had told me was raging in Europe. He answered, not much, only that it was going on with varying success, and would continue to do so until the nations involved therein were exhausted, or so he believed. The war did not seem greatly to interest Oro. It was, he remarked, but a small affair compared to those which he had known in the old days. Then he departed, and I went to sleep. Next night he appeared again, and, after talking a little on different subjects, remarked quietly that he had been thinking over what I had said as to his visiting the modern world, and intended to act upon the suggestion. When? I asked. Now, he said. I am going to visit this England of yours and the town you call London, and you will accompany me. It is not possible, I exclaimed. We have no ship. We can travel without a ship, said Oro. I grew alarmed, and suggested that Bastin or Bickley would be a much better companion than I should in my present weak state. An empty-headed man, or one who always doubts and argues, would be useless, he replied sharply. You shall come, and you only. I expostulated. I tried to get up and fly, which indeed I did do in another sense. But Oro fixed his eyes upon me, and slowly waved his thin hand to and fro above my head. My senses reeled. Then came a great darkness. They returned again. Now I was standing in an icy, reeking fog, which I knew could belong to one place only, London in December, and at my side was Oro. Is this the climate of your wonderful city? He asked, or seemed to ask, in an aggrieved tone. I replied that it was for about 3 months in the year, and began to look about me. Soon I found my bearings. In front of me were great piles of buildings, looking dim and mysterious in the fog, in which I recognized the Houses of Parliament and Westminster Abbey, for both could be seen from where we stood in front of the Westminster Bridge station. I explained their identity to Oro. "Good," he said. "Let us enter your place of talk." "But I am not a member, and we have no passes for the strangers' gallery," I expostulated. "We shall not need any," he replied contemptuously. "Lead on." Thus adjured, I crossed the road, Oro following me. Looking round, to my horror, I saw him right in the path of a motor bus, which seemed to go over him. "There's an end to Oro," thought I to myself. "Well, at any rate, I've got home." Next instant, he was at my side, quite undisturbed by the incident of the bus. We came to a policeman at the door, and I hesitated, expecting to be challenged. But the policeman seemed absolutely indifferent to our presence, even when Oro marched past him in his flowing robes. So I followed with a like success. Then I understood that we must be invisible. We passed to the lobby, where members were hurrying to and fro, and constituents and pressmen were gathered, and so on into the house. Oro walked up its floor and took his stand by the table in front of the speaker. I followed him, none saying us no. As it chanced, there was what is called a scene in progress. I think it was over Irish matters. The details are of no account. Members shouted, ministers prevaricated and grew angry. The speaker intervened. On the whole, it was rather a degrading spectacle. I stood, or seemed to stand, and watched it all. Oro, in his sweeping robes, which looked so incongruous in that place, stepped, or seemed to step, up to the principal personages of the government and opposition, whom I indicated to him, and inspected them one by one, as a naturalist might examine strange insects. Then, returning to me, he said, "Come away. I have seen and heard enough. Who would have thought that this nation of yours was struggling for its life in war?" We passed out of the house and somehow came to Trafalgar Square. A meeting was in progress there, convened, apparently, to advocate the rights of labor, also those of women, also to protest against things in general, especially the threat of conscription in the service of the country. Here the noise was tremendous, and the fog having lifted somewhat, we could see everything. Speakers bawled from the base of Nelson's column. Their supporters cheered, their adversaries rushed at them, and in 1 or 2 instances succeeded in pulling them down. A woman climbed up and began to scream out something which could only be heard by a few reporters gathered round her. I thought her an unpleasant-looking person, and evidently her remarks were not palatable to the majority of her auditors. There was a rush, and she was dragged from the base of one of Landseer's lions on which she stood. Her skirt was half rent off her, and her bodice split down the back. Finally, she was conveyed away, kicking, biting, and scratching, by a number of police. It was a disgusting sight, and tumult ensued. "Let us go," said Oro. "Your officers of order are good. The rest is not good." Later, we found ourselves opposite to the doors of a famous restaurant where a magnificent and gigantic commissionaire helped ladies from motor cars, receiving in return money from the men who attended on them. We entered. It was the hour of dinner. The place sparkled with gems, and the naked backs of the women gleamed in the electric light. Course followed upon course. Champagne flowed, a fine band played. Everything was costly. Everything was, in a sense, repellent. "These are the wealthy citizens of a nation engaged in fighting for its life," remarked Oro to me, stroking his long beard. "It is interesting, very interesting. Let us go." We went out and on, passing a public house crowded with women who had left their babies in charge of children in the icy street. It was a day of intercession for the success of England in the war. This was placarded everywhere. We entered, or rather Oro did, I following him, one of the churches in the Strand, where an evening service was in progress. The preacher in the pulpit, a very able man, was holding forth upon the necessity for national repentance and self-denial, also of prayer. In the body of the church, exactly 32 people, most of them elderly women, were listening to him with an air of placid acceptance. "The priest talks well, but his hearers are not many," said Oro. "Let us go." We came to the flaunting doors of a great music hall and passed through them, though to others this would have been impossible, for the place was filled from floor to roof. In its promenades, men were drinking and smoking, while gaudy women, painted and low-robed, leered at them. On the stage, girls danced, throwing their legs above their heads. Then they vanished amid applause, and a woman in a yellow robe, who pretended to be tipsy, sang a horrible and vulgar song full of topical allusions, which was received with screams of delight by the enormous audience. Here the hearers are very many, but those to whom they listen do not talk well. "Let us go," said Oro, and we went. At a recruiting station we paused a moment to consider posters supposed to be attractive, the very sight of which sent a thrill of shame through me. I remember that the inscription under one of them was, "What will your best girl say?" "Is that how you gather your soldiers? Later it will be otherwise," said Oro, and passed on. We reached Blackfriars and entered a hall at the doors of which stood women in poke-bonnets, very sweet-faced, earnest-looking women. Their countenances seemed to strike Oro, and he motioned to me to follow him into the hall. It was quite full of a miserable-looking congregation of perhaps 1,000 people. A man in the blue and red uniform of the Salvation Army was preaching of duty to God and country, of self-denial, hope, and forgiveness. He seemed a humble person, but his words were earnest, and love flowed from him. Some of his miserable congregation wept. Others stared at him open-mouthed. A few, who were very weary, slept. He called them up to receive pardon, and a number, led by the sweet-faced women, came and knelt before him. He and others whispered to them, then seemed to bless them, and they rose with their faces changed. "Let us go," said Oro. "I do not understand these rites, but at last in your great and wonderful city I have seen something that is pure and noble." We went out. In the streets there was great excitement. People ran to and fro, pointing upwards. Searchlights, like huge fingers of flame, stole across the sky. Guns boomed. At last, in the glare of a searchlight, we saw a long and sinister object floating high above us and gleaming as though it were made of silver. Flashes came from it, followed by terrible booming reports that grew nearer and nearer. A house collapsed with a crash just behind us. "Ah," said Oro with a smile, "I know this. It is war. War as it was when the world was different and yet the same." As he spoke, a motor bus rumbled past. Another flash and explosion. A man, walking with his arms round the waist of a girl just ahead of us, seemed to be tossed up and to melt. The girl fell in a heap on the pavement. Somehow her head and her feet had come quite close together, and yet she appeared to be sitting down. The motor bus burst into fragments, and its passengers hurtled through the air, mere hideous lumps that had been men and women. The head of one of them came dancing down the pavement toward us, a cigar still stuck in the corner of its mouth. "Yes, this is war," said Oro. "It makes me young again to see it, but does this city of yours understand?" We watched a while. A crowd gathered. Policemen ran up. Ambulances came. The place was cleared, and all that was left they carried away. A few minutes later, another man passed by with his arm round the waist of another girl. Another motor bus rumbled up, and avoiding the hole in the roadway, traveled on, its conductor keeping a keen lookout for fares. The street was cleared by the police. The airship continued its course, spawning bombs in the distance, and vanished. The incident was closed. "Let us go home," said Oro. "I have seen enough of your great and wonderful city. I would rest in the quiet of Nio and think." The next thing that I remember was the voice of Bastin saying, "If you don't mind, Arbuthnot, I wish that you would get up. The glittering lady," he still called her that, "is coming here to have a talk with me, and I should prefer to be private." "Excuse me for disturbing you, but you have overslept yourself. Indeed, I think it must be 9 o'clock, so far as I can judge by the sun, for my watch is very erratic now, ever since Bickley tried to clean it." "I am sorry, my dear fellow," I said sleepily, "but do you know I thought I was in London? In fact, I could swear that I have been there." "Then," interrupted Bickley, who had followed Bastin into the hut, giving me that doubtful glance with which I was now familiar, "I wish to goodness that you had brought back an evening paper with you." A night or two later I was again suddenly awakened to find that Oro was approaching. He appeared like a ghost in the bright moonlight, greeted me, and said, "Tonight, Humphrey, we must make another journey. I would visit the seat of the war." "I do not wish to go," I said feebly. "What you wish does not matter," he replied. "I wish that you should go, and therefore you must." "Listen, Oro," I exclaimed. "I do not like this business. It seems dangerous to me." "There is no danger if you are obedient, Humphrey." "I think there is. I do not understand what happens." "Do you make use of what the Lady Eva called the fourth dimension, so that our bodies pass over the seas and through mountains like the vibrations of our wireless, of which I was speaking to you?" "No, Humphrey, that method is good and easy, but I do not use it because if I did, we should be visible in the places which we visit, since there all the atoms that make a man would collect together again and be a man." "What then do you do?" I asked, exasperated. "Man, Humphrey, is not one, he is many. Thus, amongst other things, he has a double, which can see and hear as he can in the flesh, if it is separated from the flesh." "The old Egyptians believed that," I said. "Did they? Doubtless they inherited the knowledge from us, the sons of wisdom. The cup of our learning was so full that, keep it secret as we would, from time to time some of it overflowed among the vulgar, and doubtless thus the light of our knowledge still burns feebly in the world." I reflected to myself that whatever might be their other characteristics, the sons of wisdom had lost that of modesty, but I only asked how he used his double, supposing that it existed. "Very easily," he said. "In sleep it can be drawn from the body and sent upon its mission by one that is its master." "Then, while you were asleep, for all those thousands of years, your double must have made many journeys." "Perhaps," he replied quietly, "and my spirit also, which is another part of me that may have dwelt in the bodies of other men, but unhappily, if so, I forget. And that is why I have so much to learn and must even make use of such poor instruments as you, Humphrey." "Then if I sleep and you distill my double out of me, I suppose that you sleep too. In that case, who distills your double out of you, Lord Oro?" He grew angry and answered, "Ask no more questions. Blind and ignorant as you are, it is your part not to examine but to obey. Sleep now." And again he waved his hand over me. In an instant, it seemed, we were standing in a gray old town that I judged from its appearance must be either in northern France or Belgium. It was much shattered by bombardment. The church, for instance, was a ruin. Also, many of the houses had been burnt. Now, however, No firing was going on, for the town had been taken. The streets were full of armed men wearing the German uniform and helmet. We passed down them and were able to see into the houses. In some of these were German soldiers engaged in looting, and in other things so horrible that even the unmoved Oro turned away his head. We came to the marketplace. It was crowded with German troops, also a great number of the inhabitants of the town, most of them elderly men and women with children who had fallen into their power. The Germans, under the command of officers, were dragging the men from the arms of their wives and children to one side, and with rifle butts beating back the screaming women. Among the men I noticed 2 or 3 priests who were doing their best to soothe their companions and even giving them absolution in hurried whispers. At length the separation was effected, whereon, at a hoarse word of command, a company of soldiers began to fire at the men and continued doing so until all had fallen. Then petty officers went among the slaughtered and with pistols blew out the brains of any who still moved. "These butchers, you say, are Germans?" asked Oro of me. "Yes," I answered, sick with horror, for though I was in the mind and not in the body, I could feel as the mind does. Had I been in the body also, I would have fainted. "Then we need not waste time in visiting their country. It is enough. Let us go on." We passed out into the open land and came to a village. It was in the occupation of German cavalry. 2 of them held a little girl of 9 or 10, one by her body, the other by her right hand. An officer stood between them with a drawn sword fronting the terrified child. He was a horrible, coarse-faced man who looked to me as though he had been drinking. "I'll teach the young devil to show us the wrong road and let those French swine escape," he shouted, and struck with the sword. The girl's right hand fell to the ground. "War as practiced by the Germans," remarked Oro. Then he stepped, or seemed to step, up to the man and whispered, or seemed to whisper in his ear. I do not know what tongue or what spirit speech he used or what he said, but the bloated-faced brute turned pale. Yes, he drew sick with fear. "I think there are spirits in this place," he said with a German oath. I could have sworn that something told me that I was going to die. "Mount!" The Uhlans mounted and began to ride away. "Watch," said Oro. As he spoke, out of a dark cloud appeared an airplane. Its pilot saw the band of Germans beneath and dropped a bomb. The aim was good, for the missile exploded in the midst of them, causing a great cloud of dust from which arose the scream of men and horses. "Come and see," said Oro. We were there. Out of the cloud of dust appeared one man galloping furiously. He was a young fellow who, as I noted, had turned his head away and hidden his eyes with his hand when the horror was done yonder. All the others were dead except the officer who had worked the deed. He was still living, but both his hands and one of his feet had been blown away. Presently he died, screaming to God for mercy. We passed on and came to a barn with wide doors that swung a little in the wind, causing the rusted hinges to scream like a creature in pain. On each of these doors hung a dead man crucified. The hat of one of them lay upon the ground, and I knew from the shape of it that he was a colonial soldier. "You did not tell me," said Oro after surveying them, "that these Germans are of your Christian faith." "Yes, and the name of God is always on their rulers' lips." "Ah," he said, "I am glad that I worship fate. Bastin, the priest, need trouble me no more." "There is something behind fate," I said, quoting Bastin himself. "Perhaps. So indeed I have always held, but after much study I cannot understand the manner of its working. Fate is enough for me." We went on and came to a flat country that was lined with ditches, all of them full of men, Germans on one side, English and French upon the other. A terrible bombardment shook the earth. The shells raining upon the ditches. Presently that from the English guns ceased, and out of the trenches in front of them thousands of men were vomited, who ran forward through a hail of fire in which scores and hundreds fell, across an open piece of ground that was pitted with shell craters. They came to barbed wire defenses, or what remained of them, cut the wire with nippers, and pulled up the posts. Then through the gaps they surged in, shouting and hurling hand grenades. They reached the German trenches, they leapt into them, and from those holes arose a hellish din. Pistols were fired, and everywhere bayonets flashed. Behind them rushed a horde of little dark-skinned men, Indians who carried great knives in their hands. Those leapt over the first trench, and running on with wild yells, delved into the second, those who were left of them, and there began hacking with their knives at the defenders and the soldiers who worked the spitting Maxim guns. In 20 minutes it was over. Those lines of trenches were taken, and once more from either side the guns began to boom. "War again," said Oro. "Clean, honest war, such as the God I call fate decrees for man. I have seen enough. Now I would visit those whom you call Turks. I understand they have another worship, and perhaps they are nobler than these Christians." We came to a hilly country which I recognized as Armenia, for once I traveled there and stopped on a seashore. There were the Turks in thousands. They were engaged in driving before them mobs of men, women, and children in countless numbers. On and on they drove them till they reached the shore. There they massacred them with bayonets, with bullets, or by drowning. I remember a dreadful scene of a poor woman standing up to her waist in the water. 3 children were clinging to her, but I cannot go on. Really, I cannot go on. In the end, a Turk waded out and bayoneted her while she strove to protect the last living child with her poor body whence it sprang. "These, I understand," said Oro, pointing to the Turkish soldiers, "worship a prophet who they say is the voice of God." "Yes," I answered, "and therefore they massacred these who are Christians because they worship God without a prophet." "And what do the Christians massacre each other for?" "Power, and the wealth and territories that are power. That is, the king of the Germans wishes to rule the world, but the other nations do not desire his dominion. Therefore they fight for liberty and justice." "As it was, so it is and shall be," remarked Oro. "Only with this difference. In the old world some were wise, but here—" He stopped, his eyes fixed upon the Armenian woman struggling in her death agony while the murderer drowned her child, then added, "Let us go." Our road ran across the sea. On it we saw a ship so large that it attracted Oro's attention, and for once he expressed astonishment. "In my day," he said, "we had no vessels of this greatness in the world. I wish to look upon it." We landed on the deck of the ship, or rather the floating palace, and examined her. She carried many passengers, some English, some American, and I pointed out to Oro the differences between the two peoples. These were not, he remarked, very wide, except that the American women wore more jewels, also that some of the American men, to whom we listened as they conversed, spoke of the greatness of their country, whereas the Englishmen, if they said anything concerning it, belittled their country. Presently on the surface of the sea, at a little distance, appeared something strange, a small and ominous object like a can on the top of a pole. A voice cried out, "Submarine!" and everyone near rushed to look. "If those Germans try any of their monkey tricks on us, I guess the United States will give them hell," said another voice nearby. Then from the direction of the pole with the tin can on top of it came something which caused a disturbance in the smooth water and bubbles to rise in its wake. "A torpedo!" cried some. "Shut your mouth," said the voice. "Who dare torpedo a vessel full of citizens of the United States?" Next came a booming crash and a flood of upthrown water, in the wash of which that speaker was carried away into the deep. Then horror, 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 indescribable as the mighty vessel went wallowing to her doom. Boats launched, boats overset, boats dragged under by her rushed through the water which could not be stayed. Maddened men and women running to and fro, their eyes starting from their heads, clasping children, fastening life belts over their costly gowns, or appearing from their cabins, their hands filled with jewels that they sought to save. Orders cried from high places by stern-faced officers doing their duty to the last, and a little way off that thin pole with a tin can on the top of it, watching its work. Then the plunge of the enormous ship into the deep, its huge screws still whirling in the air, and the boom of the bursting boilers. Lastly, everything gone save a few boats floating on the quiet sea, and around them dots that were the heads of struggling human beings. "Let us go home," said Oro. "I grow tired of this war of your Christian peoples. It is no better than that of the barbarian nations of the early world. Indeed, it is worse, since then we worship fate, and but a few of us had wisdom. Now you all claim wisdom and declare that you worship a God of mercy." With these words still ringing in my ears, I woke up upon the island of Orofina, filled with terror at the horrible possibilities of nightmare. What else could it be? There was the brown and ancient cone of the extinct volcano. There were the tall palms of the main island and the lake glittering in the sunlight between. There was Bastin conducting a kind of Sunday school of Orofinans upon the point of the Rock of Offerings, as now he had obtained the leave of Oro to do. There was the mouth of the cave, and issuing from it Bickley, who by help of one of the hurricane lamps had been making an examination of the buried remains of what he supposed to be flying machines. Without doubt it was nightmare, and I would say nothing to them about it for fear of mockery. Yet 2 nights later, Oro came again, and after the usual preliminaries said, "Humphrey, this night we will visit that mighty American nation, of which you have told me so much, and the other neutral countries." At this point there is a gap in Mr. Arbuthnot's M.S., so Oro's reflection on the neutral nations, if any, remain unrecorded. It continues. On our homeward way we passed over Australia, making a detour to do so. Of the cities Oro took no account. He said that they were too large and too many, but the country interested him so much that I gathered he must have given great attention to agriculture at some time in the past. He pointed out to me that the climate was fine and the land so fertile that with a proper system of irrigation and water storage it could support tens of millions and feed not only itself but a great part of the outlying world. "But where are the people?" he asked. "Outside of those huge hives," as he indicated the great cities, "I see few of them, though doubtless some of the men are fighting in this war. Well, in the days to come, this must be remedied." Over New Zealand, which he found beautiful, he shook his head for the same reason. On another night we visited the East. China, with its teeming millions, interested him extremely, partly because he declared these to be the descendants of one of the barbarian nations of his own day. He made a remark to the effect that this race had always possessed points and capacities, and that he thought that with proper government and instruction, their Chinese offspring would be of use in a regenerated world. For the Japanese and all that they had done in 2 short generations, he went so far as to express real admiration, a very rare thing with Oro, who was by nature critical. I could see that mentally he put a white mark against their name. India, too, really moved him. He admired the ancient buildings in Delhi and Agra, especially the Taj Mahal. This, he declared, was reminiscent of some of the palaces that stood at Pani, the capital city of the Sons of Wisdom, before it was destroyed by the barbarians. The English administration of the country also attracted a word of praise from him, I think because of its rather autocratic character. Indeed, he went so far as to declare that, with certain modifications, it should be continued in the future, and even to intimate that he would bear the matter in mind. Democratic forms of government had no charms for Oro. Amongst other places, we stopped at Benares and watched the funeral rites in progress upon the banks of the holy Ganges. The bearers of the dead brought the body of a woman wrapped in a red shroud that glittered with tinsel ornaments. Coming forward at a run and chanting as they ran, they placed it upon the stones for a little while, then lifted it up again and carried it down the steps to the edge of the river. Here they took water and poured it over the corpse, thus performing the rite of the baptism of death. This done, they placed its feet in the water and left it looking very small and lonely. Presently appeared a tall, white-draped woman who took her stand by the body and wailed. It was the dead one's mother. Again the bearers approached and laid the corpse upon the flaming pyre. "These rites are ancient," said Oro. "When I ruled as king of the world, they were practiced in this very place. It is pleasant to me to find something that has survived the changefulness of time. Let it continue till the end." Here I will cease. These experiences that I have recorded are but samples, for also we visited Russia and other countries. Perhaps, too, they were not experiences at all, but only dreams consequent on my state of health. I cannot say for certain, though much of what I seemed to see fitted in very well indeed with what I had learned in after days, and certainly at the time they appeared as real as though Oro and I had stood together upon those various shores. End of section 20. Section 21 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Section 21, Love's Eternal Altar. Now, of all these happenings, I said very little to Bastin and Bickley. The former would not have understood them, and the latter attributed what I did tell him to mental delusions following my illness. To Eva I did speak about them, however, imploring her to explain their origin and to tell me whether or not they were but visions of the night. She listened to me, as I thought not without anxiety, from which I gathered that she too feared for my mind. It was not so, however, for she said, "I am glad, O Humphrey, that your journeyings are done, since such things are not without danger. He who travels far out of the body may chance to return there no more." "But were they journeyings or dreams?" I asked. She evaded a direct answer. "I cannot say. My father has great powers. I do not know them all. It is possible that they were neither journeyings nor dreams. Mayhap he used you as the sorcerers in the old days used the magic glass, and after he had put his spell upon you, read in your mind that which passes elsewhere." I understood her to refer to what we call clairvoyance, when the person entranced reveals secret or distant things to the entrancer. This is a more or less established phenomenon, and much less marvelous than the actual transportation of the spiritual self through space. Only I never knew of an instance in which the seer, on awaking, remembered the things that he had seen, as in my case. There, however, the matter rested, or rests, for I could extract nothing more from Eva, who appeared to me to have her orders on the point. Nor did Oro ever talk of what I had seemed to see in his company, although he continued from time to time to visit me at night. But now our conversation was of other matters. As Bastin had discovered, by some extraordinary gift he had soon learned how to read the English language, although he never spoke a single word in that tongue. Among our reference books that we brought from the yacht was a thin paper edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, which he borrowed when he discovered that it contained compressed information about the various countries of the world, also concerning almost every other matter. My belief is that within a month or so that marvelous old man not only read this stupendous work from end to end, but that he remembered everything of interest which it contained. At least, he would appear and show the fullest acquaintance with certain subjects or places, seeking further light from me concerning them, which very often I was quite unable to give him. An accident, as it chanced, whereof I need not set out the details, caused me to discover that his remarkable knowledge was limited. Thus, at one period, he knew little about any modern topic which began with a letter later in the alphabet than, let us say, C. A few days afterwards, he was acquainted with those up to F or G, and so on till he reached Z, when he appeared to me to know everything, and returned the book. Now, indeed, he was a monument of learning, very ancient and very new, and with some encyclopedia garnered facts or deductions of what had happened between. Moreover, he took to astronomical research, for more than once we saw him standing on the rock at night, studying the heavens. On one of these occasions, when he had the 2 metal plates of which I have spoken in his hands, I ventured to approach and ask what he did. He replied that he was checking his calculations, that he found to be quite correct, an exact period of 250,000 years having gone by since he laid himself down to sleep. Then, by aid of the plates, he pointed out to me certain alterations that had happened during that period in the positions of some of the stars. For instance, he showed me one which, by help of my glasses, I recognized as Sirius, and remarked that 250,000 years ago it was further away and much smaller. Now it was precisely in the place and of the size which he had predicted, and he pointed to it on his prophetic map. Again, he indicated a star that the night glass told me was Capella, which, I suppose, is one of the most brilliant stars in the sky, and showed me that on the map he had made 250,000 years ago it did not exist, as then it was too far north to appear thereon. Still, he observed, the passage of this vast period of time had produced but little effect on the face of the heavens. To the human eye, the majority of the stars had not moved so very far. And yet they travel fast, O Humphrey, he said. Consider then how great is their journey between the time they gather and that day when, worn out, once more they melt to vaporous gas. You think me long-lived, who compared to them exist but a tiny fraction of a second, nearly all of which I have been doomed to pass in sleep. And Humphrey, I desire to live, I, who have great plans and would shake the world. But my day draws in. A few brief centuries and I shall be gone, and whither? Whither? If you lived as long as those stars, the end would be the same, Oro. Yes, but the life of the stars is very long, millions of years. Also, after death, they reform as other stars. But shall I reform as another Oro? With all my wisdom, I do not know. It is known to fate only, fate, the master of worlds and men and the gods they worship, fate, whom it may please to spill my gathered knowledge, to be lost in the sands of time. It seems that you are great, I said, and have lived long and learned much, yet the end of it is that your lot is neither worse nor better than that of us creatures of an hour. It is so, Humphrey. Presently you will die, and within a few centuries I shall die also, and be as you are. You believe that you will live again eternally. It may be so because you do believe, since fate allows faith to shape the future, if only for a little while. But in me wisdom has destroyed faith, and therefore I must die. Even if I sleep again for tens of thousands of years, what will it help me? Seeing that sleep is unconsciousness, and that I shall only wake again to die, since sleep does not restore to us our youth." He ceased, and walked up and down the rock with a troubled mien. Then he stood in front of me and said in a triumphant voice, "At least, while I live, I will rule, and then let come what may come. I know that you do not believe, and the first victory of this day of mine shall be to make you believe. I have great powers, and you shall see them at work, and afterwards, if things go right, rule with me for a little while, perhaps, as the first of my subjects. Hearken now. In one small matter my calculations, made so long ago, have gone wrong. They showed me that at this time a day of earthquakes, such as those that again and again have rocked and split the world, would recur. But now it seems that there is an error, a tiny error of 1100 years, which must go by before those earthquakes come." "Are you sure," I suggested humbly, "that there is not also an error in those star maps you hold?" "I am sure, Humphrey. Some day, who knows, you may return to your world of modern men who, I gather, have knowledge of the great science of astronomy. Take now these maps with which I have done, and submit them to the most learned of those men, and let them tell you whether I was right or wrong in what I wrote upon this metal 250,000 years ago. Whatever else is false, at least the stars in their motions can never die." Then he handed me the maps and was gone. I have them today, and if ever this book is published, they will appear with it, that those who are qualified may judge of them, and of the truth or otherwise of Oro's words. From that night forward, for quite a long time, I saw Oro no more. Nor indeed did any of us, since for some reason of his own he forbade us to visit the underground city of Nio. Oddly enough, however, he commanded Eva to bring down the spaniel Tommy to be with him from time to time. When I asked her why, she said it was because he was lonely and desired the dog's companionship. It seemed to us very strange that this Superman, who had the wisdom of 10 Solomons gathered in one within his breast, should yet desire the company of a little dog. What then was the worth of learning and long life, or indeed of anything? Well, Solomon himself asked the question ages since, and could give no answer save that all is vanity. I noted about this time that Eva began to grow very sad and troubled. Indeed, looking at her suddenly on 2 or 3 occasions, I saw that her beautiful eyes were aswim with tears. Also I noted that always as she grew sadder, she became, in a sense, more human. In the beginning she was, as it were, far away. One could never forget that she was the child of some alien race whose eyes had looked upon the world when, by comparison, humanity was young. At times, indeed, she might have been the denizen of another planet, strayed to Earth. Although she never flaunted it, one felt that her simplest word hid secret wisdom, that to her books were open in which we could not read. Moreover, as I have said, occasionally power flamed out of her, power that was beyond our ken and understanding. Yet with all this, there was nothing elfish about her, nothing uncanny. She was always kind, and as we could feel, innately good and gentle-hearted, just a woman made half divine by gifts and experience that others lack. She did not even make use of her wondrous beauty to madden men, as she might well have done had she been so minded. It is true that both Bastin and Bickley fell in love with her, but that was only because all with whom she had to do must love her. And then, when she told them that it might not be, it was in such a fashion that no soreness was left behind. They went on loving her, that was all. But as men love their sisters or their daughters, as we conceive that they may love in that land where there is no marrying or giving in marriage. But now, in her sadness, she drew ever nearer to us, and especially to myself, more in tune with our age and thought. In truth, save for her royal and glittering loveliness, in which there was some quality which proclaimed her of another blood, and for that reserve of hidden power which at times would look out of her eyes or break through her words, she might in most ways have been some singularly gifted and beautiful modern woman. The time was come when I must speak of my relations with Eva and of their climax. As may have been guessed, from the first I began to love her. While the weeks went on, that love grew and grew until it utterly possessed me, although for a certain reason, connected with one dead, at first I fought against it. Yet it did not develop quite in the fashion that might have been expected. There was no blazing up of passion's fire. Rather, there was an ever-increasing glow of the holiest affection, till at last it became a lamp by which I must guide my feet through life and death. This love of mine seemed not of earth, but from the stars. As yet I had said nothing to her of it, because in some way I felt that she did not wish me to do so, felt also that she was well aware of all that passed within my heart, and desired, as it were, to give it time to ripen there. Then one day there came a change, and though no glance or touch of Eva's told me so, I knew that the bars were taken down and that I might speak. It was a night of full moon. All that afternoon she had been talking to Bastin apart, I suppose about religion, for I saw that he had some books in his hand from which he was expounding something to her in his slow, earnest way. Then she came and sat with us while we took our evening meal. I remember that mine consisted of some of the life water which she had brought with her, and fruit, for, as I think I have said, I had acquired her dislike of meat, also that she ate some plantains, throwing the skins for Tommy to fetch and laughing at his play. When it was over, Bastin and Bickley went away together, whether by chance or design I do not know, and she said to me suddenly, "Humphrey, you have often asked me about the city Penny, of which a little portion of the ruins remains upon this island, the rest being buried beneath the waters. If you wish, I will show you where our royal palace was before the barbarians destroyed it with their airships. The moon is very bright, and by it we can see." I nodded, for knowing what she meant, somehow I could not answer her, and we began the ascent of the hill. She explained to me the plan of the palace when we reached the ruins, showing me where her own apartments had been, and the rest. It was very strange to hear her quietly telling of buildings which had stood, and of things that had happened over 250,000 years before, much as any modern lady might do of a house that had been destroyed a month ago by an earthquake or a Zeppelin bomb, while she described the details of a disaster which now frightened her no more. I think it was then that for the first time I really began to believe that in fact Eva had lived all those eons since and been as she still appeared. We passed from the palace to the ruins of the temple, through what, as she said, had been a pleasure garden, pointing out where a certain avenue of rare palms had grown, down which once it was her habit to walk in the cool of the day. Or, rather, there were two terraced temples, one dedicated to Fate, like that in the underground city of Nio, and the other to Love. Of the temple to Fate, she told me her father had been the high priest, and of the temple to Love, she was the high priestess. Then it was that I understood why she had brought me here. She led the way to a marble block covered with worn-out carvings and almost buried in the debris. This, she said, was the altar of offerings. I asked her what offerings, and she replied with a smile. Only wine, to signify the spirit of life, and flowers, to symbolize its fragrance. And she laid her finger on a cup-like depression still apparent in the marble, into which the wine was poured. Indeed, I gathered that there was nothing coarse or bacchanalian about this worship of a prototype of Aphrodite. On the contrary, that it was more or less spiritual and ethereal. We sat down on the altar stone. I wondered a little that she should have done so, but she read my thought and answered, "Sometimes we change our faiths, Humphrey, or perhaps they grow. Also, have I not told you that sacrifices were offered on this altar?" And she sighed and smiled. I do not know which was the sweeter, the smile or the sigh. We looked at the water glimmering in the crater beneath us on the edge of which we sat. We looked at heaven above, in which the great moon sailed royally. Then we looked into each other's eyes. "I love you," I said. "I know it," she answered gently. "You have loved me from the first, have you not? Even when I lay asleep in the coffin, you began to love me, but until you dreamed a certain dream, you would not admit it." "Eva, what was the meaning of that dream?" "I cannot say, Humphrey, but I tell you this. As you will learn in time, one spirit may be clothed in different garments of the flesh." I did not understand her, but in some strange way her words brought to my mind those that Natalie spoke at the last, and I answered, "Eva, when my wife lay dying, she bade me seek her elsewhere, for certainly I should find her. Doubtless she meant beyond the shores of death, or perhaps she also dreamed." She bent her head, looking at me very strangely. "Your wife, too, may have had the gift of dreams, Humphrey. As you dream and I dream, so mayhap she dreamed. Of dreams, then, let us say no more, since I think that they have served their purpose, and all three of us understand." Then I stretched out my arms, and next instant my head lay upon her perfumed breast. She lifted it and kissed me on the lips, saying, "With this kiss again I give myself to you. But, oh, Humphrey, do not ask too much of the God of my people, fate." And she looked me in the eyes and sighed. "What do you mean?" I asked, trembling. "Many, many things, among them that happiness is not for mortals. And remember that though my life began long ago, I am mortal as you are, and that in eternity time makes no difference." "And if so, Eva, what then? Do we meet but to part?" "Who said it? Not I, Humphrey. I tell you this. Nor earth, nor heaven, nor hell have any bars through which love cannot burst its way towards reunion and completeness. Only there must be love, manifested in many shapes and at many times, but ever striving to its end, which is not of the flesh. Aye, love that has lost itself, love scorned, love defeated, love that seems false, love betrayed, love gone astray, love wandering through the worlds, love asleep and living in its sleep, love awake and yet sleeping, all love that has in it the germ of life. It matters not what form love takes. If it be true, I tell you that it will win its way, and in the many that it has seemed to worship, still find the one, though perchance not here." At her words, a numb fear gripped my heart. "Not here? Then where?" I said. "Ask your dead wife, Humphrey. Ask the dumb stars. Ask the God you worship, for I cannot answer, save in one word, somewhere. Man, be not afraid. Do you think that such as you and I can be lost in the aching abysms of space? I know but little, yet I tell you that we are its rulers. I tell you that we, too, are gods, only if we can aspire and believe. For the doubting and timid there is not. For those who see with the eyes of the soul and stretch out their hands to grasp, there is all. Even Bastin will tell you this. But, I said, life is short. Those worlds are far away, and you are near. She became wonderful, mysterious. Near I am far, she said, and far I am near, if only this love of yours is strong enough to follow and to clasp. And Humphrey, it needs strength, for here I am afraid that it will bear little of such fruit as men desire to pluck. Again, terror took hold of me, and I looked at her, for I did not know what to say or ask. Listen, she went on. Already my father has offered me to you in marriage, has he not? But at a price which you do not understand. Believe me, it is one that you should never pay, since the rule of the world can be too dearly bought by the slaughter of half the world. And if you would pay it, I cannot. But this is madness, I exclaimed. Your father has no powers over our earth. I would that I could think so, Humphrey. I tell you that he has powers, and that it is his purpose to use them as he has done before. You too he would use, and me. And if so, Eva, we are lords of ourselves. Let us take each other while we may. Bastin is a priest. Lords of ourselves? Why, for aught I know, at this moment Oro watches us in his thought and laughs. Only in death, Humphrey, shall we pass beyond his reach and become lords of ourselves. It is monstrous, I cried. There is the boat. Let us fly away. What boat can bear us out of stretch of the arm of the old god of my people, Fate, whereof Oro is the high priest? Nay, here we must wait our doom. Doom, I said. Doom? What then is about to happen? A terrible thing, as I think, Humphrey. Or rather, it will not happen. Why not, if it must? Beloved, she whispered, Bastin has expounded to me a new faith, whereof the master word is sacrifice. The terrible thing will not happen because of sacrifice. Ask me no more. She mused a while, seated there in the moonlight upon the ancient altar of sacrifice, the veil she wore falling about her face and making her mysterious. Then she threw it back, showing her lovely eyes and glittering hair, and laughed. We have still an earthly hour, she said. Therefore, let us forget the far dead past and the eternities to come, and be joyful in that hour. Now throw your arms about me, and I will tell you strange stories of lost days, and you shall look into my eyes and learn wisdom, and you shall kiss my lips and taste of bliss. You, who were and are and shall be, you, the beloved of Eva, from the beginning to the end of time. End of section 21.
Section 22 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elroi. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. The Command. I think that both Bastin and Bickley, by instinct as it were, knew what had passed between Eva and myself, and that she had promised herself to me. They showed this by the way in which they avoided any mention of her name. Also, they began to talk of their own plans for the future, as matters in which I had no part. Thus I heard them discussing the possibility of escape from the island, whereof suddenly they seemed to have grown weary, and whether by any means 2 men, 2, not 3, could manage to sail and steer the lifeboat that remained upon the wreck. In short, as in all such cases, the women had come between. Also, the pressure of a common loss caused them to forget their differences and to draw closer together. I, who had succeeded where they both had failed, was, they seemed to think, out of their lives, so much that our ancient intimacy had ended. This attitude hurt me. perhaps because in many respects the situation was awkward. They had, it is true, taken their failures extremely well, since the fact remained that both of them had fallen in love with a wonderful creature, woman, and yet more than woman, who had bound herself to me. How then could we go on living together, I in prospective possession of the object that all had desired, and they without the pale? Moreover, they were jealous in another and quite a different fashion, because they both loved me in their own ways, and were convinced that I, who had hitherto loved them, henceforth should have no affection left to spare, since surely this glittering lady, this marvel of wisdom and physical perfections, would take it all. Of course they were in error, since even if I could have been so base and selfish, this was no conduct that Eva would have wished or even suffered. Still, that was their thought. Mastering the situation, I reflected a little while, and then spoke straight out to them. "My friends," I said, "as I see that you have guessed, Eva and I are affianced to each other and love each other perfectly." "Yes, Arbuthnot," said Bastin. "We saw that in your face and in hers, as she bade us good night before she went into the cave, and we congratulate you and wish you every happiness." "We wish you every happiness, old fellow," chimed in Bickley. He paused a while, then added, "But, to be honest, I am not sure that I congratulate you." "Why not, Bickley?" "Not for the reason that you may suspect, Arbuthnot. I mean not because you have won where we have lost, as it was only to be expected that you would do, but on account of something totally different. I told you a while ago, and repetition is useless and painful. I need only add, therefore, that since then my conviction has strengthened, and I am sure, sorry as I am to say it, that in this matter you must prepare for disappointment and calamity. That woman, if woman she really is, will never be the wife of mortal man. Now be angry with me if you like, or laugh as you have the right to do, seeing that like Bastin and yourself, I also asked her to marry me. But something makes me speak what I believe to be the truth." "Like Cassandra," I suggested. "Yes, like Cassandra, who was not a popular person." At first I was inclined to resent Bickley's words. Who would not have been in the circumstances? Then of a sudden there rushed in upon my mind the conviction that he spoke the truth. In this world, Eva was not for me or any man. Moreover, she knew it. The knowledge peeped out of every word she spoke in our passionate love scene by the lake. She was aware, and subconsciously I was aware, that we were plighting our troth not for time, but for eternity. With time we had little left to do. Not for long would she wear the ring I gave her on that holy night. Even Bastin, whose perceptions normally were not acute, felt that the situation was strained and awkward, and broke in with a curious air of forced satisfaction. "It is uncommonly lucky for you, old boy, that you happen to have a clergyman in your party, as I shall be able to marry you in a respectful fashion. Of course, I can't say that the glittering lady is as yet absolutely converted to our faith, but I am certain that she has absorbed enough of its principles to justify me in uniting her in Christian wedlock." "Yes," I answered, "she has absorbed its principles. She told me as much herself. Sacrifice, for instance." And as I spoke the word, my eyes filled with tears. "Sacrifice!" broke in Bickley with an angry snort, for he needed a vent to his mental disturbance. "Rubbish! Why should every religion demand sacrifices savages do? By it alone they stand condemned." "Because I think sacrifice is the law of life, at least of all life that is worth the living. I answered sadly enough. Anyhow, I believe you are right, Bickley, and that Bastin would not be troubled to marry us. You don't mean, broke in Bastin with a horrified air, that you'd propose to dispense? No, Bastin, I don't mean that. What I mean is that it comes upon me that something will prevent this marriage. Sacrifice, perhaps, though in what shape I do not know. And now, good night. I am tired. That night, in the chill dead hour before the dawn, Oro came again. I woke up to see him seated by my bed, majestic, and as it seemed to me, lambent, though this may have been my imagination. You take strange liberties with my daughter, barbarian. Or she takes strange liberties with you, it does not matter which, he said, regarding me with his calm and terrible eyes. Why do you presume to call me barbarian? I asked, avoiding the main issue. For this reason, Humphrey, all men are the same. They have the same organs, the same instincts, the same desires, which in essence are but two, food and rebirth, that nature commands. Though it is true that millions of years before I was born, as I have learnt from the records of the sons of wisdom, it was said that they were half ape. Yet, being the same, there is between them a whole sea of difference, since some have knowledge and others have none or little. Those who have none or little, among whom you must be numbered, are barbarians. Those who have much, among whom my daughter and I are the sole survivors, are the instructed. There are nearly 2,000 millions of living people in this world, I said, and you name all of them barbarians. All, Humphrey, excepting, of course, myself and my daughter, who are not known to be alive. You think that you have learned much, whereas in truth you are most ignorant. The commonest of the outer nations, when I destroyed them, knew more than your wisest know today. You are mistaken, Oro. Since then we have learned something of the soul. Ah, he exclaimed. That interests me, and perhaps it is true. Also, if true, it is very important, as I have told you before. Or was it Bastin? If a man has a soul, he lives. Whereas even we, sons of wisdom, die, and in death what is the use of wisdom? Because you can believe, you have souls and are therefore perhaps heirs to life, foolish and ignorant as you are today. Therefore I admit you and Bastin to be my equals, though Bickley, who like myself believes nothing, is but a common chemist and a doctor of disease. Then you bow to faith, Oro? Yes, and I think that my god Fate also bows to faith. Perhaps indeed faith shapes fate, not fate faith. But whence comes that faith which even I, with all my learning, cannot command? Why is it denied to me and given to you and Bastin? Because, as Bastin would tell you, it is a gift, though one that is never granted to the proud and self-sufficient. Become humble as a child, Oro, and perchance you too may acquire faith. And how shall I become humble? By putting away all dreams of power and its exercise, if such you have, and in repentance walking quietly to the gates of death, I replied. For you, Humphrey, who have little or none of these things, It may be easy, but for me who have much, if not all, it is otherwise. You ask me to abandon the certain for the uncertain, the known for the unknown, and from a half-god communing with the stars, to become an earthworm crawling in mud and lifting blind eyes towards the darkness of everlasting night. A god who must die is no god, half or whole, Oro. The earthworm that lives on is greater than he. Mayhap. Yet while I endure, I will be as a god, so that when night comes, if come it must, I shall have played my part and left my mark upon this little world of ours. Have done, he added with a burst of impatience. What will you of my daughter? What man has always willed of woman, herself, body and soul. Her soul, perchance, is yours, if she has one, but her body is mine to give or withhold. Yet it can be bought at a price, he added slowly. So she told me, Oro. I can guess what she told you. Did I not watch you yonder by the lake when you gave her a ring graved with the signs of life and everlastingness? The question is, will you pay the price? Not so. The question is, what is the price? This, to enter my service and henceforth do my will, without debate or cavil. For what reward, Oro? Eva, and the dominion of the earth, while you shall live, neither more nor less. And what is your will? That you shall learn in due course. On the second night from this, I command the three of you to wait upon me at sundown in the buried halls of Neo. Till then you see no more of Eva, for I do not trust her. She too has powers, though as yet she does not use them, and perchance she would forget her oaths and, following some new star of love, for a little while vanish with you out my reach. Be in the sepulchre at the hour of sundown on the second day from this, all three of you, if you would continue to live upon the earth. Afterwards you shall learn my will, and make your choice between Eva with majesty and her loss with death. Then suddenly he was gone. Next morning I told the others what had passed, and we talked the matter over. The trouble was, of course, that Bickley did not believe me. He had no faith in my alleged interviews with Oro, which he set down to delusions of semi-mesmeric character. This was not strange, since it appeared that on the previous night he had watched the door of my sleeping place until dawn broke, which he did long after Oro had departed, and he had not seen him either come or go, although the moon was shining brightly. When he told me this, I could only answer that all the same he had been there, as, if he could speak, Tommy would have been able to certify. As it chanced, the dog was sleeping with me, and at the first sound of the approach of someone, woke up and growled. Then, recognizing Oro, he went to him, wagged his tail, and curled himself up at his feet. Bastin believed my story readily enough, saying that Oro was a peculiar person, who no doubt had ways of coming and going which we did not understand. His point was, however, that he did not in the least wish to visit Neo any more. The wonders of its underground palaces and temples had no charms for him. Also, he did not think he could do any good by going, since after sucking him dry as an orange, with reference to religious matters, that old vampire bat Oro had just thrown him away like the rind, and he might add, seemed no better for the juice he had absorbed. "I doubt," continued Bastin, "whether St. Paul himself could have converted Oro, even if you performed miracles before him. What is the use of showing miracles to a man who could always work a bigger one himself?" In short, Bastin's one idea, and Bickley's also, for the matter of that, was to get away to the main island and thus escape by means of the boat, or in some other fashion. I pointed out that Oro had said we must obey at the peril of our lives. Indeed, that he had put it even more strongly, using words to the effect that if we did not, he would kill us. "I'd take the risk," said Bickley, "since I believe that you dreamt it all, Arbuthnot. However, putting that aside, there is a natural reason why you should wish to go, and for my own part, so do I in a way. I want to see what that old fellow has up his extremely long sleeve, if there is anything there at all." "Well, if you ask me, Bickley," I answered, "I believe it is the destruction of half the earth, or some little matter of that sort." At this suggestion Bickley only snorted, but Bastin said cheerfully, "I dare say he is bad enough even for that. But as I am quite convinced that it will never be allowed, his intentions do not trouble me." I remarked that he seemed to have carried them out once before. "Oh, you mean the deluge?" "Well, no doubt there was a deluge, but I am sure that Oro had no more to do with it than you or I, as I think I have said already. Anyhow, it is impossible to leave you to descend into that hole alone. I suggest, therefore, that we should go into the sepulchre at the time which you believe Oro appointed, and see what happens. If you are not mistaken, the glittering lady will come there to fetch us, since it is quite certain that we cannot work the lift or whatever it is alone. If you are mistaken, we can just go back to bed as usual." "Yes, that's the best plan," said Bickley, shortly after which the conversation came to an end. All that day and the next I watched and waited in vain for the coming of Eva. But no Eva appeared. I even went as far as the sepulchre, but it was as empty as were the 2 crystal coffins, and after waiting a while I returned. Although I did not say so to Bickley, to me it was evident that Oro, as he had said, was determined to cut off all communication between us. The second day drew to its close. Our simple preparations were complete. They consisted mainly in making ready our hurricane lamps and packing up a little food, enough to keep us for 3 or 4 days if necessary, together with some matches and a good supply of oil, since, as Bastin put it, he was determined not to be caught like the foolish virgins in the parable. "You see," he added, "one never knows when it might please that old wretch to turn off the incandescent gas or electric light, or whatever it is he uses to illuminate his family catacombs, and then it would be awkward if we had no oil." "For the matter of that, he might steal our lamps," suggested Bickley, "in which case we should be where Moses was when the light went out." "I have considered that possibility," answered Bastin, "and therefore, although it is a dangerous weapon to carry loaded, I am determined to take my revolver. If necessary, I shall consider myself quite justified in shooting him to save our lives and those of thousands of others." At this we both laughed. Somehow the idea of Bastin trying to shoot Oro struck us as intensely ludicrous. Yet that very thing was to happen. It was a peculiarly beautiful sunset over the southern seas. To the west, the great flaming orb sank into the ocean. To the east appeared the silver circle of the full moon. To my excited fancy, they were like scales hanging from the hand of a materialized spirit of calm. Over the volcano and the lake, over the island with its palm trees, over the seas beyond, this calm brooded. Save for a few travelling birds, The sky was empty. No cloud disturbed its peace. The world seemed steeped in innocence and quiet. All these things struck me, as I think they did the others, because by the action of some simultaneous thought, it came to our minds that very probably we were looking on them for the last time. It is all very well to talk of the unknown and the infinite, whereof we are assured we are the heirs, but that does not make it any easier for us to part with the known and the finite. The contemplation of the wonders of eternity does not conceal the advantages of actual and existent time. In short, there is no one of us, from a sainted archbishop down to a sinful suicide, who does not regret the necessity of farewell to the pleasant light and the kindly race of men wherewith we are acquainted. For after all, who can be quite certain of the beyond? It may be splendid, but it will probably be strange, and from strangeness, after a certain age, we shrink. We know that all things will be different there, that our human relationships will be utterly changed, that perhaps sex, which shapes so many of them, will vanish, to be replaced by something unknown, that ambitions will lose their hold of us, and that, at the best, the mere loss of hopes and fears will leave us empty. So at least we think, who seek not variation but continuance, since the spirit must differ from the body, and that thought alarms our intelligence. At least some of us think so. Others, like Bickley, write down the future as a black and endless night, which after all has its consolations, since, as has been widely suggested, perhaps oblivion is better than any memories. Once again, like Bastin would say of it with a Frenchman, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Yet others, like Audiobooks, consider it as a realm of possibilities, probably unpleasant and perhaps non-existent, just this and nothing more. Only one thing is certain, that no creature which has life desires to leap into the fire and from the dross of doubts to resolve the gold or the lead of certainty. "It is time to be going," said Bastin. "In these skies the sun seems to tumble down, not to set decently as it does in England, and if we wait any longer we shall be late for our appointment in the sepulchre. I am sorry, because although I don't often notice scenery, everything looks rather beautiful this evening. That star, for instance, I think it is called Venus." "And therefore one that Arbuthnot should admire," broke in Bickley, attempting to lighten matters with a joke. "But come on, and let's be rid of this fool's errand. Certainly the world is a lovely place after all, and for my part, I hope that we haven't seen the last of it," he added with a sigh. "So do I," said Bastin. "Though, of course, faith teaches us that there are much better ones beyond. It is no use bothering about what they are like, but I hope that the road to them doesn't run through the hole that the old reprobate, Audiobooks, calls Neo." A few minutes later we started, each of us carrying his share of the impedimenta. I think that Tommy was the only really cheerful member of the party, for he skipped about and barked, running backwards and forwards into the mouth of the cave, as though to hurry our movements. "Really," said Bastin, "it is quite unholy to see an animal going on in that way, when it knows that it is about to descend into the bowels of the earth. I suppose it must like them." "Oh no," commented Bickley. "It only likes what is in them, like Arbuthnot. Since the little beast came in contact with the lady, Eva, it has never been happy out of her company." "I think that is so," said Bastin. At any rate, I have noticed that it has been moping for the last 2 days, as it always does when she is not present. It even seems to like Oro, who gives me the creeps, perhaps because he is her father. Dogs must be very charitable animals. By now we were in the cave, marching past the wrecks of the half-buried flying machines, which Bickley, as he remarked regretfully, had never found time thoroughly to examine. Indeed, to do so would have needed more digging than we could do without proper instruments, since the machines were big and deeply entombed in dust. We came to the sepulchre and entered. "Well," said Bickley, seating himself on the edge of one of the coffins and holding up his lamp to look about him, "this place seems fairly empty. No one is keeping the assignation, Arbuthnot, although the sun is well down." As he spoke the words, Eva stood before us. Whence she came we did not see, for all our backs were turned at the moment of her arrival. But there she was, calm, beautiful, radiating light. End of section 22. Section 23 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elroi. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. In the Temple of Fate. Eva glanced at me, and in her eyes I read tenderness and solicitude, also something of inquiry. It seemed to me as though she were wondering what I should do under circumstances that might or would arise, and in some secret fashion of which I was but half conscious, drawing an answer from my soul. Then she turned, and smiling in her dazzling way, said, "So, Bickley, as usual, you did not believe? Because you did not see him. Therefore the Lord Oro, my father, never spoke with Humphrey, as though the Lord Oro could not pass you without your knowledge, or perchance send thoughts clothed in his own shape to work his errand." "How do you know that I did not believe Arbuthnot's story?" Bickley asked in a rather cross voice, and avoiding the direct issue. "Do you also send thoughts to work your errands clothed in your own shape, Lady Eva?" "Alas, not so, though perhaps I could if I might. It is very simple, Bickley. Standing here, I heard you say that although the sun was well down, there was no one to meet you, as Humphrey had expected, and from those words and your voice I guessed the rest." "Your knowledge of the English language is improving fast, Lady Eva. Also, when I spoke, you were not here." "At least I was very near, Bickley, and these walls are thinner than you think," she answered, contemplating what seemed to be solid rock, with eyes that were full of innocence. "Ah, friend," she went on suddenly, "I wonder what there is which will cause you to believe that you do not know all, that there exist many things beyond the reach of your learning and imagination. Well, in a day or two, perhaps, even you will admit as much and confess it to me elsewhere." And she sighed. "I am ready to confess now that much happens which I do not understand at present, because I have not the key to the trick," he replied. Eva shook her head at him and smiled again. Then she motioned to all of us to stand close to her, and stooping, lifted Tommy in her arms. Next moment, that marvel happened which I have described already, and we were whirling downwards through space, to find ourselves in a very little time standing safe in the caves of Neo, breathless with the swiftness of our descent. How and on what we descended, neither I nor the others ever learnt. It was and must remain one of the unexplained mysteries of our great experience. Whither now, Eva? I asked, staring about me at the radiant vastness. The Lord Auro would speak with you, Humphrey. Follow, and I pray you all do not make him wroth, for his mood is not gentle. So once more we proceeded down the empty streets of that underground abode, which, except that it was better illuminated, reminded me of the Greek conception of Hades. We came to the sacred fountain over which stood the guardian statue of life, pouring from the cups she held the waters of good and ill that mingled into one health-giving wine. "Drink, all of you," she said, "for I think before the sun sets again upon the earth, we shall need strength, every one of us." So we drank, and she drank herself, and once more felt the blood go dancing through our veins, as though the draught had been some nectar of the gods. Then, having extinguished the lanterns which we still carried, for here they were needless, and we wished to save our oil, we followed her through the great doors into the vast hall of audience, and advanced up it between the endless empty seats. At its head, on the dais beneath the arching shell, sat Auro on his throne. As before, he wore the jewelled cap and the gorgeous flowing robes, while the table in front of him was still strewn with sheets of metal, on which he wrote with a pen or stylus that glittered like a diamond, or his own fierce eyes. Then he lifted his head and beckoned us to ascend the dais. "You are here. It is well," he said, which was all his greeting. Only when Tommy ran up to him, he bent down and patted the dog's head with his long, thin hand, and as he did so, his face softened. It was evident to me that Tommy was more welcome to him than were the rest of us. There was a long silence, while one by one he searched us with his piercing glance. It rested on me, the last of the three of us, and from me travelled to Eva. "I wonder why I have sent for you," he said at length with a mirthless laugh. "I think it must be that I may convince Bickley, the skeptic, that there are powers which he does not understand, but that I have the strength to move. Also perhaps that your lives may be spared for my own purpose in that which is about to happen. Hearken. My labours are finished, my calculations are complete." And he pointed to the sheets of metal before him that were covered with calabastic signs. "Tomorrow I am about to do what once before I did, and to plunge half the world in the deeps of ocean, and lift again from the depths that which has been buried for 250,000 years. "Which half?" asked Bickley. "That is my secret, physician, and to answer to it lies written here in signs you cannot read. Certain countries will vanish, others will be spared. I say that it is my secret. Then, Auro, if you could do what you threaten, you would drown hundreds of millions of people." If I could, he exclaimed, glaring at Bickley. "Well, tomorrow you shall see what I can do. Oh, why do I grow angry with this fool? For the rest, yes, they must drown. What does it matter? Their end will be swift, some few minutes of terror, that is all. And in one short century, every one of them would have been dead." An expression of horror gathered on Bastin's face. "Do you really mean to murder hundreds of millions of people?" he asked in a thick, slow voice. "I have said that I intend to send them to that heaven or hell of which you are so fond of talking, preacher. Somewhat more quickly than otherwise they would have found their way thither. They have disappointed me, they have failed. Therefore, let them go and make room for others who will succeed. Then you are a greater assassin than any that the world has bred, or than all of them put together. There is nobody as bad, even in the book of Revelation, shouted Bastin, in a kind of fury. Moreover, I'm not like Bickley. I know enough of you and your hellish powers to believe that what you plan, that you can do. I believe it also, sneered Oro. But how come it is that the great one whom you worship does not prevent the deed, if he exists, and it be evil? He will prevent it, raved Bastin. Even now he commands me to prevent it, and I obey. Then drawing the revolver from his pocket, he pointed it at Oro's breast, adding, Swear not to commit this crime, or I will kill you. So the man of peace would become a man of blood, mused Oro, and kill that I may not kill for the good of the world. Why, what is the matter with that toy of yours, preacher? And he pointed to the pistol. Well might he ask, for as he spoke the revolver flew out of Bastin's hand. High into the air it flew, and as it went discharged itself, all the 6 chambers of it, in rapid succession, while Bastin stood staring at his arm and hand, which he seemed unable to withdraw. Do you still threaten me with that outstretched hand, preacher? Mocked Oro. I can't move it, said Bastin. It seems turned to stone. Be thankful that you are also not turned to stone. But because your courage pleases me, I will spare you, yes, and will advance you in my new kingdom. What shall you be? Controller of regions, I think, since all the qualities that a high priest should have are yours: faith, fanaticism, and folly. It is very strange, said Bastin, but all of a sudden my arm and hand are quite well again. I suppose it must have been pins and needles or something of that sort, which made me throw away the pistol and pull the trigger when I didn't mean to do so. Then he went to fetch the article which had fallen beyond the dais, and quite forgot his intention of executing Oro in the interest of testing its mechanism, which proved to be destroyed. To his proposed appointment he made no illusion. If he comprehended what was meant, which I doubt, he took it as a joke. Hearken, all of you, said Oro, lifting his head suddenly, for while Bastin recovered the revolver he had been brooding. The great thing which I shall do tomorrow must be witnessed by you, because thereby only can you come to understand my powers. Also yonder, where I bring it about in the bowels of the earth, you will be safer than elsewhere, since when and perhaps before it happens, the whole world will heave and shake and tremble, and I know not what may chance, even in these caves. For this reason also, do not forget to bring the little hound with you, since him least of all of you would I see come to harm, perhaps because once, hundreds of generations ago, as you reckon time, I had a dog very like to him. Your mother loved him much, Eva, and when she died, this dog died also. He lies embalmed with her on her coffin yonder in the temple. And yesterday I went to look at both of them. The beasts are wonderfully alike, which shows the everlastingness of blood." He paused a while, lost in thought, then continued, "After the deed is done, I will speak with you, and you shall choose, strangers, whether you will die your own masters or live on to serve me. Now there is one problem that is left to me to solve. Whether I can save a certain land. Do not ask which it is, Humphrey, though I see the question in your eyes, or must let it go with the rest. I only answer you that I will do my best because you love it. So farewell for a while, and preacher, be advised by me, and do not aim too high again." "It doesn't matter where I aim," answered Bastin sturdily, "or whether I hit or miss, since there is something much bigger than me waiting to deal with you. The countries that you think you are going to destroy will sleep quite as well tomorrow as they do tonight, Oro." "Much better, I think, preacher, since by then they will have left sorrow and pain and wickedness and war far behind them." "Where are we to go?" I asked. "The Lady Eva will show you," he answered, waving his hand and once more bent over his endless calculations. Eva beckoned to us, and we turned and followed her down the hall. She led us to a street near the gateway of the temple, and thence into one of the houses. There was a portico to it leading to a court, out of which opened rooms somewhat in the Pompeian fashion. We did not enter the rooms, for at the end of the court were a metal table and 3 couches, also of metal, on which were spread rich-looking rugs. Whence these came I do not know, and never asked, but I remember that they were very beautiful and soft as velvet. "Here you may sleep," she said, "if sleep you can, and eat of the food that you have brought with you. Tomorrow early I will call you when it is time for us to start upon our journey into the bowels of the earth." "I don't want to go any deeper than we are," said Bastin doubtfully. "I think that none of us want to go, Bastin," she answered with a sigh. "Yet go we must. I pray of you, anger the Lord Oro no more on this or any other matter. In your folly you tried to kill him, and as it chanced he bore it well because he loves courage. But another time he may strike back, and then, Bastin—" "I am not afraid of him," he answered, "but I do not like tunnels. Still, perhaps it would be better to accompany you than to be left in this place alone. Now I will unpack the food." Eva turned to go. "I must leave you," she said, "since my father needs my help. The matter has to do with a force that he would let loose tomorrow, and its measurements. Also with the preparation of the robes that we must wear, lest it should harm us in its leap." Something in her eyes told me that she wished me to follow her, and I did so. Outside the portico, where we stood in the desolate, lighted street, she halted. "If you are not afraid," she said, "meet me at midnight by the statue of Fate in the great temple, for I would speak with you, Humphrey, where, if anywhere, we may be alone." "I will come, Eva." "You know the road, and the gates are open, Humphrey." Then she gave me her hand to kiss and glided away. I turned to the others, and we ate, somewhat sparingly, for we wished to save our food in case of need, and having drunk of the life water, were not hungry. Also we talked a little, but by common consent avoided the subject of the morrow and what it might bring forth. We knew that terrible things were afoot, but lacking any knowledge of what these might be, thought it useless to discuss them. Indeed, we were too depressed, so much so that even Bastin and Bickley ceased from arguing. The latter was so overcome by the exhibition of Auro's powers when he caused the pistol to leap into the air and discharge itself, that he could not even pluck up courage to laugh at the failure of Bastin's efforts to do justice on the old Superman, or rather to prevent him from attempting a colossal crime. At length we lay down on the couches to rest, Bastin remarking that he wished he could turn off the light, also that he did not in the least regret having tried to kill Auro. Sleep seemed to come to the others quickly, but I could only doze, to wake up from time to time. Of this I was not sorry, since whenever I dropped off, dreams seemed to pursue me. For the most part, they were of my dead wife. She appeared to be trying to console me for some loss, but the strange thing was that sometimes she spoke with her own voice, and sometimes with Eva's, and sometimes looked at me with her own eyes, and sometimes with those of Eva. I remember nothing else about these dreams, which were very confused. After one of them, the most vivid of all, I awoke and looked at my watch. It was 11:30, almost time for me to be starting. The other two seemed to be fast asleep. Presently I rose and crept down the court without waking them. Outside the portico, which by the way was a curious example of the survival of custom in architecture, since none was needed in that weatherless place, I turned to the right and followed the wide street to the temple enclosure. Through the pillared courts I went, my footsteps, although I walked as softly as I could, echoing loudly in that intense silence, through the great doors into the utter solitude of the vast and perfect fane. Words cannot tell the loneliness of that place. It flowed over me like a sea, and seemed to swallow up my being, so that even the wildest and most dangerous beast would have been welcome as a companion. I was as terrified as a child that wakes to find itself deserted in the dark. Also an uncanny sense of terrors to come oppressed me, till I could have cried aloud if only to hear the sound of a mortal voice. Yonder was the grim statue of Fate, the oracle of the kings of the sons of wisdom, which was believed to bow its stony head in answer to their prayers. I ran to it, eager for its terrible shelter, for on either side of it were figures of human beings. Even their cold marble was company of a sort, though, alas, over all frowned Fate. Let anyone imagine himself standing alone beneath the dome of St. Paul's, in the centre of that cathedral brilliant with mysterious light, and stretched all about it a London that had been dead and absolutely unpeopled for tens of thousands of years. If he can do this, he will gather some idea of my physical state. Let him add to his mind picture a knowledge that on the following day something was to happen not unlike the end of the world, as propagated by the Book of Revelation and by most astronomers, and he will have some idea of my mental perturbations. Add to the mixture a most mystic yet very real love affair, and an assignation before that symbol of the cold fate which seems to sway the universe down to the tiniest detail of individual lives, and he may begin to understand what I, Humphrey Arbuthnot, experienced during my vigil in this sanctuary of a vanished race. It seemed long before Eva came, but at last she did come. I caught sight of her far away beyond the temple gate, flitting through the unholy brightness of the pillared courts, like a white moth at night, and seeming quite as small. She approached. Now she was as a ghost, and then drawing near, changed into a living, breathing, lovely woman. I opened my arms, and with something like a sob, She sank into them, and we kissed, as mortals do. I could not come more quickly, she said. The Lord Auro needed me, and those calculations are long and difficult. Also twice he must visit the place whither we shall go tomorrow, and that took time. Then it is close at hand, I said. Humphrey, be not foolish. Do you not remember, who have travelled with him, that Auro can throw his soul afar and bring it back again, laden with knowledge, as the feet of a bee are laden with gold dust? Well, he went and went again, and I must wait. And then the robes and shields, they must be prepared by his arts and mine. Oh, ask not what they are. There is no time to tell, and it matters nothing. Some folks are wise and some are foolish, but all which matters is that within them flows the blood of life, and that life breeds love, and that love, as I believe, although Auro does not, breeds immortality. And if so, what is time but as a grain of sand upon the shore? This, Eva, it is ours, who can count on nothing else. Oh, Humphrey, if I thought that, no more wretched creature would breathe tonight upon this great world. What do you mean? I asked, growing fearful, more at her manner and her look than at her words. Nothing, nothing, except that time is so very short. A kiss, a touch, a little light and a little darkness, and it's gone. Ask my father Auro, who has lived 1,000 years and slept for tens of thousands, as I have, and he will say the same. It is against time that he fights, he who, believing in nothing beyond, will inherit nothing, as Bastin says. He to whom time has brought nothing save a passing blood-stained greatness, and triumph ending in darkness and disaster, and hope that will surely suffer hope's eclipse, and power that must lay down its coronet in dust. And what has it brought to you, Eva, beyond a fair body and a soul of strength? It has brought a spirit, Humphrey. Between them the body and the soul have bred a spirit, and in the fires of tribulation, from that spirit has been distilled the sense of eternal love. That is time's gift to me, and therefore, although still he rules me here, I mock at fate. And she waved her hand with a gesture of defiance at the stern-faced, sexless effigy which sat above us, the sword across its knee. Look! Look! She went on in a swelling voice of music, pointing to the statues of the dotard and the beauteous woman. They implore fate. They worship fate. I do not implore. I do not worship or ask a sign, as even Auro does, and as did his forefathers. I rise above and triumph. As fate, the god of my people, sends his foot upon the sun, so I set my foot upon fate, and hence, like a swimmer from a rock, leap into the waters of immortality. I looked at her whose presence, as happened from time to time, had grown majestic beyond that of a woman. I studied her deep eyes, which were full of lights, not of this world, and I grew afraid. What do you mean? I asked. Eva, you talk like one who has finished with his life. It passes, she answered quickly. Life passes like breath fading from a mirror. So should all talk who breathe beneath the sun. Yes, Eva, but if you went and left me still breathing on that mocking glass, if so, what of it? Will not your breath fade also and join mine where all vapours go? Or if it were yours that faded and mine that remained for some few hours, is it not the same? I think, Humphrey, that already you have seen a beloved breath melt from the glass of life, she added, looking at me earnestly. I bowed my head and answered, yes, and therefore I am ashamed. why should you be ashamed, Humphrey, who are not sure but that two breaths may yet be one? How do you know that there is a difference between them? You drive me mad, Eva. I cannot understand. Nor can I altogether, Humphrey. Why should I, seeing that I am no more than woman, as you are no more than man? I would always have you remember, Humphrey, that I am not spirit or sorceress, but just a woman. Like her you lost. I looked at her doubtfully and answered, Women do not sleep for 100,000 years. Women do not take dream journeys to the stars. Women do not make the dead past live again before their watchers' eyes. Their hair does not glimmer in the dusk, nor do their bodies gleam, nor have they such strength of soul or eyes so wonderful, or loveliness so great. These words appeared to distress her who, as it seemed to me, was above all things anxious to prove herself woman and no more. All of these qualities are nothing, Humphrey, she cried. As for the beauty, such as it is, it comes to me with my blood, and with it the glitter of my hair, which is the heritage of those who for generations have drunk of the life water. My mother was lovelier than I, as was her mother, or so I've heard, since only the fairest were the wives of the kings of the children of wisdom. For the rest, such arts as I have spring not from magic, but from knowledge which your people will acquire in days to come, that is, if Oro spares them. Surely you above all should know that I am only woman, she added very slowly, and searching my face with her eyes. Why, Eva? During the little while that we have been together, I have seen much which makes me doubt. Even Bickley, the skeptic, doubts also. I will tell you, though I am not sure that you will believe me. She glanced about her as though she were frightened, lest someone should overhear her words or read her thoughts. Then she stretched out her hands and, drawing my head towards her, put her lips to my ear and whispered, Because once you saw me die, as women often die, giving life for life. I saw you die, I gasped. She nodded, then continued to whisper in my ear, not in her own voice, but another's. Go where you seem called to go, far away. Oh, the wonderful place in which you will find me, not knowing that you have found me. Goodbye, for a little while, only for a little while, my own, my own. I knew the voice as I knew the words, and knowing, I think, that I should have fallen to the ground had she not supported me with her strong arms. Who told you? I stammered. Was it Bickley or Bastin? They knew, though neither of them heard those holy words. Not Bickley, not Bastin, she answered, shaking her head. No, nor you yourself, awake or sleeping, though once by the lake yonder you said to me that when a certain one lay dying, she bade you seek her elsewhere, for certain you would find her. Humphrey, I cannot say who told me those words, because I do not know. I think they are a memory, Humphrey. That would mean that you, Eva, are the same as one who was not called Eva. The same as one who was called Natalie, Humphrey, she replied in solemn accents. One whom you loved and whom you lost. Then you think that we live again upon this earth? Again and yet again, until the time comes for us to leave the earth forever. Of this indeed I am sure, for that knowledge was part of the secret wisdom of my people. But you were not dead, You only slept. The sleep was a death sleep which went by like a flash. Yes, in an instant, or so it seemed. Only the shell of the body remained, preserved by mortal arts, and when the returning spirit and the light of life were poured into it again, it awoke. But during this long death sleep, that spirit may have spoken through other lips, and that light may have shone through other eyes, though of these I remember nothing. Then that dream of our visit to a certain star may be no dream. I think no dream, and you too have thought as much. In a way, yes, Eva, but I could not believe and turned from what I held to be a fantasy. It was natural, Humphrey, that you should not believe. Hearken, in this temple a while ago I showed you a picture of myself, and of a man who loved me and whom I loved, and of his death at Aura's hands. Did you note anything about that man? Bickley did, I answered. Was he right? I think that he was right, since otherwise I should not have loved you, Humphrey. I remember nothing of that man, Eva. It is probable that you will not, since you and he are very far apart, while between you and him flow wide seas of death, wherein are set islands of life, perhaps many of them, but I remember much you seem to have left him but a very little while ago. When you woke in your coffin and drew your arms about me, what did you think, Eva? I thought you were that man, Humphrey. There was silence between us, and in that silence the truth came home to me. Then there, before the effigy of fate, and in the desolate, glowing temple, we plighted anew our troth made holy by a past that thus so wonderfully lived again. Of this consecrated hour I say no more. Let each picture it as he will. A glory as of heaven fell upon us, and in it we dwelt a space. Beloved, she whispered at length in a voice that was choked as though with tears, if it chances that we should be separated again for a little while, you will not grieve ever much? Knowing all, I should try not to grieve, Eva, seeing that in truth we never can be parted. But do you mean that I shall die? Being mortal, either of us might seem to die, Humphrey. And she bent her head as though to hide her face. You know we go into dangers this day. Does Auro really purpose to destroy much of the world? And has he in truth the power, Eva? He does so purpose, and most certainly he has the power, unless some other power should stay his hand. What other power, Eva? Oh, that perhaps which you worship, that which is called love. The love of man may avert the massacre of men. I hope so with all my heart. Hist! Auro comes. I know that he comes, though not in search of us who are very far from his thought tonight. Follow me swiftly. We sped across the temple to where a chapel opened out of it, which was full of the statues of dead kings, for here was the entrance to their burial vault. We reached it and hid behind the base of one of these statues. By standing at our full height without being seen, we still could see between the feet of the statue that stood upon a pedestal. Then Auro came. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. The Chariot of the Pit. Auro came, and of necessity alone. Yet there was that in his air as he advanced into the temple which suggested a monarch surrounded by the pomp and panoply of a great court. He marched, his head held high, as though heralds and pursuivants went in front of him, as though nobles surrounded him and guards or regiments followed after him. Let it be admitted that he was a great figure in his gorgeous robes, with his long white beard, his hawk-like features, his tall shape, and his glittering eyes, which even at that distance I could see. Indeed, once or twice I thought that he glanced out of the corners of them towards the chapel where we were hid. But this, I think, was fancy, for as Eva said, his thoughts were set elsewhere. He reached the statue of Fate, and stood for a while contemplating it and the suppliant figures on either side, as though he were waiting for his invisible court to arrange itself. Then he doffed his jeweled cap to the effigy and knelt before it. Yes, Oro, the ancient, the Superman, the god, as the early peoples of the earth fancied such a being, namely, one full of wrath, revenge, jealousy, caprice, and power, knelt in supplication to this image of stone, which he believed to be the home of his spirit, thereby showing himself to be, after all, not so far removed from the savages whose idol Bastin had destroyed. More, in a clear and resonant voice, which reached us even across that great space, he put up his prayer. It ran something as follows, for although I did not understand the language in which he spoke, Eva translated it to me in a whisper. God of the sons of wisdom, God of the whole earth, only God to whom must bow every other power and dominion, to thee I, or the great king, make prayer and offer sacrifice. 20 times 10,000 years and more have gone by since I, Oro, visited this, thy temple, and knelt before this, thy living effigy. Yet thou, ruler of the world, dost remember the prayer I made and the sacrifice I offered. The prayer was for triumph over my enemies, and the sacrifice, a promise of the lives of half of those who in that day dwelt upon the earth. Thou heardest the prayer. Thou didst bow thy head and accept the sacrifice. Yea, the prayer was granted, and the sacrifice was made, and in it were counted the number of my foes. Then I slept. Through countless generations I slept on, and at my side was the one child of my body that was left to me. What chanced to my spirit and to hers during that sleep, thou knowest alone, but doubtless they went forth to work thy ends. At the appointed time, which thou didst decree, I awoke again and found in my house strangers from another land. In the company of one of those whose spirits I drew forth, I visited the peoples of the new earth, and found them even baser and more evil than those whom I had known. Therefore, since they cannot be bettered, I purpose to destroy them also, and on their wreck to rebuild a glorious empire, such as was that of the sons of wisdom at its prime. A sign, O fate, ruler of the world, give me a sign that my desire shall be fulfilled. He paused, stretching out his arms and staring upwards. While he waited, I felt the solid rock on which I stood quiver and sway beneath my feet, so that Eva and I clung to each other, lest we should fall. This chanced also. The shock of the earth tremor, for such without doubt it was, threw down the figures of the ancient man and the lovely woman, which knelt as though making prayers to fate, and shook the marble sword from off its knees. As it fell, Oro caught it by the hilt, and, rising, waved it in triumph. I thank thee, God of my people from the beginning, he cried. Thou hast given to me, thy last servant, thine own sword, and I will use it well. For these worshippers of thine who have fallen, thou shalt have others, yes, all those who dwell in the new world that is to be. my daughter, and the man whom she has chosen to be the father of the kings of the earth, and with him his companions, shall be the first of the hundreds of millions that are to follow, for they shall kiss thy feet or perish. Thou shalt set thy foot upon the necks of all other gods. Thou shalt rule, and thou alone, and as of old, Oro be thy minister." Still holding the sword, he flung himself down as though in an ecstasy, and was silent. "I read the omen otherwise," whispered Eva. "The worshippers of fate are overthrown. His sword of power is fallen, but not into the hands that clasped it, and he totters on his throne. A greater God asserts dominion of the world, and this fate is but his instrument." Oro rose again. "One prayer more," he cried. "Give me life, long life, that I may execute thy decrees. By word or gesture show me a sign that I shall be satisfied with life, a year for every year that I have lived, or twain." He waited, staring about him, but no token came. The idol did not speak or bow its head, as Eva had told me it was wont to do, in sign of accepted prayer. How, she knew not. Only I thought I heard the echo of Oro's cries run in a whisper of mockery round the soaring dome. Once more Oro flung himself upon his knees and began to pray in a veritable agony. "God of my forefathers, God of my lost people, I will hide naught from thee," he said. "I who fear nothing else, fear death. The priest fool yonder, with his new faith, has spoken blundering words of judgment and damnation, which, though I do not believe them, yet stick in my heart like arrows. I will stamp out his faith, and with this ancient sword of thine drive back the new gods into the darkness whence they came. Yet what if some water of truth flows through the channel of his leaden lips? And what if, because I have ruled and will rule as thou didst decree, therefore in some dim place of souls I must bear these burdens of terror and of doom which I have bound upon the backs of others? Nay, it cannot be. For what power is there in all the universe that dares to make a slave of Oro and to afflict him with stripes? Yet this can be, and mayhap will be, that presently I lose my path in the ways of everlasting darkness, and become strengthless and forgotten, as are those who went before me, while my crown of power shines on younger brows. Alas, I grow old, since eons of sleep have not renewed my strength. My time is short, and yet I would not die as mortals must. O God of my people, whom I have served so well, save me from the death I dread, for I would not die. Give me a sign, give me the ancient sacred sign." So he spoke, lifting his proud and splendid head and watching the statue with wide, expectant eyes. "Thou dost not answer," he cried again. "Wouldest thou desert me, Fate? Then beware lest I set up some new god against thee, and hurl thee from thine immemorable throne. While I live I still have powers, I who am the last of thy worshippers. Since it seems that my daughter turns her back on thee, I will get me to the sepulchre of the kings and take counsel with the dust of that wizard who first taught me wisdom. Even from the depths of death he must come to my call, clad in a mockery of life, and comfort me. A little while yet I will wait, and if thou answer not, then, Fate, soon I'll tear the scepter from thy hand, and thou shalt join the company of dead gods." And throwing aside the sword, again Oro laid down his head upon the ground and stretched out his arms in the last abasement of supplication. "Come," whispered Eva, "while there is yet time. Presently he will seek this place to descend to the sepulchre. And if he learns that we have read his heart and know him for a coward deserted of his outworn God, surely he will blot us out. Come and be swift and silent." We crept out of the chapel, Eva leading, and along the circle of the great dome till we reached the gates. Here I glanced back and perceived that Oro, looking unutterably small in that vastness, looking like a dead man, still lay outstretched before the stern-faced, unanswering effigy which, with all his wisdom, he believed to be living and divine. Perhaps once it was, but if so, its star had set forever, like those of Ammon, Jupiter, and Baal, and he was its last worshipper. Now we were safe, but still we sped on till we reached the portico of our sleeping place. Then Eva turned and spoke. "It is horrible," she said, "and my soul sickens. Oh, I thank the strength which made it that I have no desire to rule the earth, and, being innocent of death, do not fear to die and cross his threshold." "Yes, it is horrible," I answered, "yet all men fear death." "Not when they have found love, Humphrey, for that I think is his true name, and with it written on his brow he stands upon the neck of Fate, who is still my father's God." "Then he is not yours, Eva?" "Nay, once it was so, but now I reject him. He is no longer mine. As Oro threatens, and perchance dare do in his rage, I have broken his chain, though in another fashion. Ask me no more. Perhaps one day you will learn the path I trod to freedom." Then before I could speak she went off. "Rest now, for within a few hours I must come to lead you and your companions to a terrible place. Yet whatever you may see or hear, be not afraid, Humphrey, for I think that Oro's God has no power over you, strong though he was, and that Oro's plans will fail, while I, who too have knowledge, shall find strength to save the world." Then of a sudden, once again she grew splendid, almost divine, no more a woman, but as it were an angel. Some fire of pure purpose seemed to burn up in her and to shine out of her eyes. Yet she said little, only this indeed: "To everyone, I think, there comes the moment of opportunity when choice must be made between what is great and what is small, between self and its desires and the good of other wanderers in the way. This day that moment may draw near to you or me, and if so, surely we shall greet it well. Such is Bastin's lesson, which I have striven to learn." Then she flung her arms about me and kissed me on the brow as a mother might, and was gone. Strangely enough, perhaps because of my mental exhaustion, for what I had passed through seemed to overwhelm me so that I could no longer so much as think with clearness. Even after all that I had described, I slept like a child and awoke refreshed and well. I looked at my watch to find that it was now 8 o'clock in the morning in this horrible place where there was neither morn, nor noon, nor night, but only an eternal brightness that came I knew not whence and never learned. I found that I was alone, since Bickley and Bastin had gone to fill our bottles with life water. Presently they returned, and we ate a little. With that water to drink, one did not need much food. It was a somewhat silent meal, for our circumstances were a check on talk. Moreover, I thought that the others looked at me rather oddly. Perhaps they guessed something of my midnight visit to the temple, but if so, they thought it wisest to say nothing, nor did I enlighten them. Shortly after we had finished, Eva appeared. She was wonderfully quiet and gentle in her manner, calm also, and greeted all of us with much sweetness. Of our experiences during the night she said no word to me, even when we were alone. One difference I noticed about her, however, that she was clothed in garments such as I had never seen her wear before. They were close-fitting, save for a flowing cape, and made of some gray material, not unlike a coarse homespun or even asbestos cloth. Still they became her very well, and when I remarked upon them, all she answered was that part of our road would be rough. Even her feet were shod with high buskins of this gray stuff. Presently she touched Bastin on the shoulder, and said that she would speak with him apart. They went together into one of the chambers of that dwelling, and there remained for perhaps the half of an hour. It was towards the end of this time that in the intense silence I heard a crash from the direction of the temple, as though something heavy had fallen to the rocky floor. Bickley also heard this sound. When the two reappeared, I noticed that though still quite calm, Eva looked radiant, and, if I may say so, even more human and womanly than I had ever seen her, while Bastin also seemed very happy. "One has strange experiences in life, yes, very strange," he remarked, apparently addressing the air, which left me wondering to what particular experience he might refer. Well, I thought that I could guess. "Friends," said Eva, "it is time for us to be going, and I am your guide. You will meet the Lord Audiobooks at the end of your journey. I pray you to bring those lamps of yours with you, since all the road is not lightened like this place." "I should like to ask," said Bickley, "whither we go and for what object, points on which up to the present we have had no definite information." "We go, friend Bickley, deep into the bowels of the world, far deeper, I think, than any mortal men have gone hitherto, that is, of your race." "Then we shall perish of heat," said Bickley, "for with every 1,000 feet the temperature rises many degrees." "Not so. You will pass through a zone of heat, but so swiftly that if you hold your breath you will not suffer overmuch. Then you will come to a place where a great draught blows which will keep you cool, and thence travel on to the end." "Yes, but to what end, Lady Eva?" "That you will see for yourselves, and with it other wondrous things." Here some new idea seemed to strike her, and after a little hesitation she added, "Yet why should you go? Audiobooks has commanded it, it is true, but I think that at the last he will forget. It must be decided swiftly. There is yet time. I can place you in safety in the sepulchre of sleep where you found us. Thence cross to the main island and sail away quickly in your boat out into the great sea, where I believe you will find succor. Know that after disobeying him, you must meet Audiobooks no more, lest it should be the worse for you. If that be your will, let us start. What say you?" She looked at me. "I say, Eva, that I am willing to go if you come with us, not otherwise." "I say," said Bickley, "that I want to see all this supernatural rubbish thoroughly exploded, and that therefore I should prefer to go on with the business." "And I say," said Bastin, "that my most earnest desire is to be clear of the whole thing, which wearies and perplexes me more than I can tell. Only I am not going to run away, unless you think it desirable to do so, too, Lady Eva. I want you to understand that I am not in the least afraid of Lord Audiobooks, and do not for one moment believe that he will be allowed to bring about disaster to the world, as I understand is his wicked object. Therefore, on the whole, I am indifferent, and quite prepared to accept any decision at which the rest of you may arrive." "Be it understood," said Eva with a little smile when Bastin had finished his sermonette, "that I must join my father in the bowels of the earth for a reason which will be made plain afterwards. Therefore, if you go, we part, as I think to meet no more. Still, my advice is that you should go." It is fortunate that we did not accept Eva's offer. Had we done so, we should have found ourselves shut in and perished, as shall be told. H.A. To this our only answer was to attend to the lighting of our lamps and the disposal of our small impedimenta, such as our tins of oil and water bottles. Eva noticed this and laughed outright. "Courage did not die with the sons of wisdom," she said. Then we set out, Eva walking ahead of us and Tommy frisking at her side. As we passed the great gates, I started, for there, in the center of that glorious building, I perceived a change. The statue of Fate was no more. It lay broken upon the pavement among those fragments of its two worshippers which I had seen shaken down some hours before. "What does this mean?" I whispered to Eva. "I have felt no other earthquake." I do not know, she answered. Or if I know, I may not say. Yet learn that no god can live on without a single worshipper, and, in a fashion, that idol was alive, though this you will not believe. How very remarkable, said Bastin, contemplating the ruin. If I were superstitious, which I am not, I should say that this occurrence was an omen indicating the final fall of a false god. At any rate, it is dead now, and I wonder what caused it. I felt an earth tremor last night, said Bickley, though it is odd that it should only have affected this particular statue. 1,000 pities, for it was a wonderful work of art. Then I remembered, and reminded Bickley of the crash which we had heard while Eva and Bastin were absent on some secret business in the chamber. Walking the length of the great church, if so it could be called, we came to an apse at the head of it where, had it been Christian, the altar would have stood. In this apse was a little open door through which we passed. Beyond it lay a space of rough rock that looked as though it had been partially prepared for the erection of buildings and then abandoned. All this space was lighted, however, like the rest of the city of Neo, and in the same mysterious way. Led by Eva, we threaded our path between the rough stones, following a steep downward slope. Thus we walked for perhaps half a mile, till at length we came to the mouth of a huge pit that must, I imagine, have lain quite 1,000 feet below the level of the temple. I looked over the edge of this pit and shrank back terrified. It seemed to be bottomless. Moreover, a great wind rushed up it with a roaring sound, like to that of an angry sea. Or rather, there were two winds. Perhaps draughts would be a better term, if I may apply it to an air movement of so fierce and terrible a nature. One of these rushed up the pit, and one rushed down, or it may have been that the up rush alternated with the down rush. Really, it is impossible to say. "What is this place?" I asked, clinging to the others and shrinking back in alarm from its sheer edge and bottomless depth. For that this was enormous we could see by the shaft of light which flowed downwards farther than the eye could follow. "It is a vent up and down which air passes from and to the central hollows of the earth," Eva answered. "Doubtless in the beginning through it travelled that mighty force which blew out these caves in the heated rocks, as the craftsman blows out glass." "I understand," said Bastin. "Just like one blows out a bubble on the pipe, only on a larger scale. Well, it is very interesting, but I have seen enough of it. Also, I am afraid of being blown away." "I fear that you must see more," answered Eva with a smile, "since we are about to descend this pit." "Do you mean that we are to go down that hole, and if so, how? I don't see any lift or moving staircase or anything of that sort." "Easily and safely enough, Bastin. See." As she spoke, a great flat rock of the size of a small room appeared, borne upwards, as I suppose, by the terrific draught which roared past us on its upward course. When it reached the lip of the shaft, it hung a little while, then moved across and began to descend with such incredible swiftness that in a few seconds it had vanished from view. "Oh," said Bastin, with his eyes almost starting out of his head, "that's a lift, is it? Well, I tell you at once, I don't like the look of the thing. It gives me the creeps. Suppose it's tilted." "It does not tilt," answered Eva, still smiling. "I tell you, Bastin, that there is naught to fear. Only yesterday I rode this rock and returned unharmed." "That is all very well, Lady Eva, but you may know how to balance it, also when to get on and off." "If you are afraid, Bastin, remain here until your companions return. They, I think, will make the journey." Bickley and I intimated that we would, though to tell the truth, if less frank, we were quite as alarmed as Bastin. "No, I'll come too. I suppose one may as well die this way as any other, and if anything were to happen to them and I were left alone, it would be worse still." "Then be prepared," said Eva, "for presently this air chariot of ours will return. When it appears and hangs upon the edge, Step onto it and throw yourself upon your faces, and all will be well. At the foot of the shaft the motion lessens till it almost stops, and it is easy to spring or even crawl to the firm earth. Then she stooped down and lifted Tommy, who was sniffing suspiciously at the edge of the pit, his long ears blown straight above his head, holding him beneath her left arm and under her cloak, that he might not see and be frightened. We waited a while in silence, perhaps for 5 or 6 minutes, among the most disagreeable, I think, that I have ever passed. Then far down in the brightness below appeared a black speck that seemed to grow in size as it rushed upwards. Then far down in the brightness below appeared a black speck that seemed to grow in size as it rushed upwards. "It comes," said Eva. "Prepare and do as I do. Do not spring or run, lest you should go too far. Step gently onto the rock and to its center, and there lie down. Trust in me, all of you." "There is nothing else to do," groaned Bastin. The great stone appeared, and as before hung at the edge of the pit. Eva stepped onto it quietly, as she did so catching hold of my wrist with her disengaged hand. I followed her, feeling very sick, and promptly sat down. Then came Bickley with the air of the virtuous hero of a romance walking a pirate's plank, and also sat down. Only Bastin hesitated until the stone began to move away. Then with an ejaculation of "Here goes," he jumped over the intervening crack of space and landed in the middle of us like a sack of coal. Had I not been seated, really I think he would have knocked me off the rock. As it was, with one hand he gripped me by the beard and with the other grasped Eva's robe, of neither of which would he leave go for quite a long time, although we forced him onto his face. The lantern which he held flew from his grasp and descended the shaft on its own account. "You silly fool!" exclaimed Bickley, whose perturbation showed itself in anger. "There goes one of our lamps." "Hang the lamp," muttered the prostrate Bastin. "We shan't want it in heaven, or the other place either." Now the stone, which had quivered a little beneath the impact of Bastin, steadied itself again, and with a slow and majestic movement sailed to the other side of the gulf. There it felt the force of gravity, or perhaps the weight of the returning air pressed on it, which I do not know. At any rate, it began to fall, slowly at first, then more swiftly, and afterwards at an incredible pace, so that in a few seconds the mouth of the pit above us grew small and presently vanished quite away. I looked at Eva, who was standing composedly in the midst of our prostrate shapes. She bent down and called in my ear, "All is well. The heat begins, but it will not endure for long." I nodded and glanced over the edge of the stone at Bastin's lantern, which was sailing alongside of us, till presently we passed it. Bastin had lit it before we started, I think in a moment of aberration, and it burned for quite a long while, showing like a star when the shaft grew darker as it did by degrees, a circumstance that testifies to the excellence of the make, which is one advertised not to go out in any wind. Not that we felt wind, or even draught, perhaps because we were traveling with it. Then we entered the heat zone. About this there was no doubt, for the perspiration burst out all over me and the burning air scorched my lungs. Also, Tommy thrust his head from beneath the cloak with his tongue hanging out and his mouth wide open. "Hold your breaths," cried Eva, and we obeyed until we nearly burst. At least I did, but what happened to the others I do not know. Fortunately, it was soon over, and the air began to grow cool again. By now we had traveled an enormous distance. It seemed to be miles upon miles, and I noticed that our terrific speed was slackening, also that the shaft grew more narrow, till at length there were only a few feet between the edge of the stone and its walls. The result of this, or so I supposed, was that the compressed air acted as a buffer, lessening our momentum, till at length the huge stone moved, but very slowly. "Be ready to follow me," cried Eva again, and we rose to our feet, that is, Bickley and I did, But poor Bastin was semi-comatose. The stone stopped, and Eva sprang from it to a rock platform level with which it lay. We followed, dragging Bastin between us. As we did so, something hit me gently on the head. It was Bastin's lamp, which I seized. "We are safe. Sit down now and rest," said Eva, leading us a few paces away. We obeyed, and presently by the dim light saw the stone begin to stir again, this time upwards. In another 20 seconds it was away on its never-ending journey. "Does it always go on like that?" said Bastin, sitting up and staring after it. "Tens of thousands of years ago it was journeying thus, and tens of thousands of years hence it will still be journeying, or so I think," she replied. "Why not, since the strength of the draft never changes and there is nothing to wear it except the air?" Somehow the vision of this huge stone, first loosed and set in motion by heaven knows what agency, traveling from eon to eon up and down that shaft in obedience to some law I did not understand, impressed my imagination like a nightmare. Indeed, I often dream of it to this day. I looked about me. We were in some cavernous place that could be but dimly seen, for here the light that flowed down the shaft from the upper caves, where it was mysteriously created, scarcely shone, and often indeed was entirely cut off, when the ever-journeying stone was in the narrowest parts of the passage. I could see, however, that this cavern stretched away both to the right and left of us, while I felt that from the left, as we sat facing the shaft, there drew down a strong blast of fresh air which suggested that somewhere, however far away, it must open onto the upper world. For the rest, its bottom and walls seemed to be smooth as though they had been planned in the past ages by the action of cosmic forces. Bickley noticed this the first and pointed it out to me. We had little time to observe, however, for presently Eva said, "If you are rested, friends, I pray you light those lamps of yours, since we must walk a while in darkness." We did, and started, still traveling downhill. Eva walked ahead with me and Tommy, who seemed somewhat depressed and clung close to our heels. The other two followed, arguing strenuously about I know not what. It was their way of working off irritation and alarms. I asked Eva what was about to happen, for a great fear oppressed me. "I am not sure, beloved," she answered in a sweet and gentle voice, "who do not know all Auro's secrets, but as I think great things. We are now deep in the bowels of the world, and presently, perhaps, you will see some of its mighty forces whereof your ignorant races have no knowledge, doing their everlasting work." "Then how is it that we can breathe here?" I asked. "Because this road that we are following connects with the upper air, or used to do so, since once I followed it. It is a long road, and the climb is steep, but at last it leads to the light of the blessed sun, nor are there any pitfalls in the path. Would that we might tread it together, Humphrey," she added with passion, "and be rid of mysteries and the gloom, or that light which is worse than gloom." "Why not?" I asked eagerly. "Why should we not turn and flee?" "Who can flee from my father, the Lord Aurow?" she replied. "He would snare us before we had gone a mile. Moreover, if we fled, by tomorrow half the world must perish." "And how can we save it by not flying, Eva?" "I do not know, Humphrey. Yet I think it will be saved, perchance, by sacrifice. That is the keystone of your faith, is it not? Therefore, if it is asked of you to save the world, you will not shrink from it, will you, Humphrey?" "I hope not," I replied, without enthusiasm, I admit. Indeed, it struck me that a business of this sort was better fitted to Bastin than to myself, or at any rate to his profession. I think she guessed my thoughts, for by the light of the lamp I saw her smile in that dazzling way. Then, after a swift glance behind her, she turned and suddenly kissed me. As she did so, calling down everlasting blessings on my head and on my spirit. There was something very wonderful about this benediction of Eva's, and it thrilled me through and through, so that to it I could make no answer. Next moment it was too late to retreat, for our narrowing passage turned, and we found ourselves in a wondrous place. I call it wondrous because of it we could see neither the beginning nor the end, nor the roof, nor aught else save the rock on which we walked, and the side or wall that our hands touched. Nor was this because of darkness, since although it was not illuminated like the upper caverns, light of a sort was present. It was a very strange light, consisting of brilliant and intermittent flashes, or globes of blue and lambent flame, which seemed to leap from nowhere into nowhere, or sometimes to hang poised in mid-air. "How odd they are," said a voice of Bastin behind me. "They remind me of those blue sparks which jump up from the wires of the tramways in London on a dark night. You know, don't you, Bickley? I mean when the conductor pulls round that long stick with an iron wheel on the top of it." "Nobody but you could have thought of such a comparison, Bastin," answered Bickley. "Still, multiplied 1,000-fold, they are not unlike." Nor indeed were they, except that each blue flash was as big as the full moon, and in one place or another they were so continuous that one could have read a letter by their light. Also, the effect of them was ghastly and most unnatural, terrifying, too, since even their brilliance could not reveal the extent of that gigantic hollow in the bowels of the world, wherein they leapt to and fro like lightnings, or hung like huge, uncanny lanterns. End of section 24.
Chapter 25 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 25. Sacrifice. The air in this place must be charged with some form of electricity, but the odd thing is that it does not seem to harm us, said Bickley in a matter-of-fact fashion, as though he were determined not to be astonished. To me it looks more like marsh fires or St. Elmo lights, though how these can be where there is no vapor, I do not know, I answered. As I spoke, a particularly large ball of flame fell from above. It resembled a shooting star or a meteor more than anything else that I had ever seen, and made me wonder whether we were not perhaps standing beneath some inky, unseen sky. Next moment I forgot such speculations, for in its blue light, which made him terrible and ghastly, I perceived Oro standing in front of us clad in a long cloak. "Dear me," said Bastin, "he looks just like the devil, doesn't he? And now I come to think of it, this isn't at all a bad imitation of hell." "How do you know it is an imitation?" asked Bickley. "Because whatever might be the case with you, Bickley, if it were, the Lady Iva and I should not be here." Even then I could not help smiling at this repartee, but the argument went no further, for Oro held up his hand and Iva bent the knee in greeting to him. "So you have come, all of you," he said. "I thought that perhaps there were one or two who would not find courage to ride the flying stone. I am glad that it is not so, since otherwise he who had shown himself a coward should have had no share in the rule of that new world which is to be. Therefore I chose yonder road that it might test you." "Then, if you will be so good as to choose another for us to return by, I shall be much obliged to you, Oro," said Bastin. "How do you know that if I did, it would not be more terrible, preacher? How do you know, indeed, that this is not your last journey from which there is no return?" "Of course I can't be sure of anything, Oro, but I think the question is one which you might more appropriately put to yourself. According to your own showing, you are now extremely old, and therefore your end is likely to come at any moment. Of course, however, if it did, you would have one more journey to make, but it wouldn't be polite for me to say in what direction." Oro heard, and his splendid icy face was twisted with sudden rage. Remembering the scene in the temple where he had grovelled before his god, uttering agonized unanswered prayers for added days, I understood the reason of his wrath. It was so great that I feared lest he should kill Bastin, who only a few hours before, be it remembered, had tried to kill him then and there, as doubtless he could have done if he wished. Fortunately, if he felt it, the impulse passed. "Miserable fool," he said, "I warn you to keep a watch upon your words. Yesterday you would have slain me with your toy. Today you stab me with your ill-omened tongue. Be fearful lest I silence it forever." "I am not in the least fearful, Oro, since I am sure that you can't hurt me at all any more than I could hurt you last night, because, you see, it wasn't permitted. When the time comes for me to die, I shall go, but you will have nothing to do with that. To tell the truth, I am very sorry for you, as with all your greatness, your soul is of the earth, earthy, also sensual and devilish, as the apostle said, and I am afraid very malignant, and you will have a great deal to answer for shortly. Yours won't be a happy deathbed, Oro, because you see, you glory in your sins and don't know what repentance means. I must add that when I heard these words, I was filled with the most unbounded admiration for Bastin's fearless courage, which enabled him thus to beard this super-tyrant in his den. So indeed were we all, for I read it in Iva's face and heard Bickley mutter, "Bravo! Splendid! After all, there is something in faith." Even Oro appreciated it with his intellect, if not with his heart, for he stared at the man and made no answer. In the language of the ring, he was quite knocked out, and almost humbly changed the subject. "We have yet a little while," he said, "before that happens which I have decreed. Come, Humphrey, that I may show you some of the marvels of this bubble blown in the bowels of the world," and he motioned to us to pick up the lanterns. Then he led us away from the wall of the cavern, if such it was, for a distance of perhaps 600 or 700 paces. Here suddenly we came to a great groove in the rocky floor, as broad as a very wide roadway, and mayhap 4 feet in depth. The bottom of this groove was polished and glittered. Indeed, it gave us the impression of being iron, or other ore which had been welded together beneath the grinding of some immeasurable weight. Just at the spot where we struck the groove, it divided in two for this reason. In its center, the floor of iron, or whatever it may have been, rose the fraction of an inch at first, but afterwards more sharply, and this at a spot where the groove had a somewhat steep downward dip, which appeared to extend onwards I know not how far. Following along this central rise for a great way, nearly a mile I should think, we observed that it became ever more pronounced, till at length it ended in a razor-edged cliff which stretched up higher than we could see, even by the light of the electrical discharges. Standing against the edge of this cliff, we perceived that at a distance from it there were now 2 grooves of about equal width. One of these ran away into the darkness on our right as we faced the sharp edge, and at an ever-widening angle, while the other, at a similar angle, ran into the darkness to the left of the knife of cliff. That was all. No, there were 2 more notable things. Neither of the grooves now lay within hundreds of yards of the cliff, perhaps a quarter of a mile, for, be it remembered, we had followed the rising rock between them. To put it quite clearly, it was exactly as though one line of rails had separated into 2 lines of rails, as often enough they do, and an observer standing on high ground between could see them both vanishing into tunnels to the right and left, but far apart. The second notable thing was that the right-hand groove, where first we saw it at the point of separation, was not polished like the left-hand groove, although at some time or other it seemed to have been subjected to the pressure of the same terrific weight which cut its fellow out of the bed of rock or iron, as the sharp wheels of a heavily laden wagon sinks ruts into a roadway. "What does it all mean, Lord Oro?" I asked when he had led us back to the spot where the one groove began to be 2 grooves, that is, a mile or so away from the razor-edged cliff. "This, Humphrey," he answered, "that which travels along yonder road, when it reaches this spot on which we stand, follows the left-hand path which is made bright with its passage. Yet could a giant at that moment of its touching this exact spot on which I lay my hand, thrust it with sufficient strength, it would leave the left-hand road and take the right-hand road. And if it did, what then, Lord Oro? Then within an hour or so, when it had traveled far enough upon its way, the balance of the earth would be changed, and great things would happen in the world above, as once they happened in bygone days. Now do you understand, Humphrey? Good heavens, yes, I understand now, I answered. But fortunately, there is no such giant. Oro broke into a mocking laugh, and his grey old face lit up with fiendish exultation as he cried, Fool, I, Oro, am that giant. Once in the dead days I turned the balance of the world from the right-hand road, which is now dull with disuse, to the left-hand road, which glitters so brightly to your eyes, and the face of the earth was changed. Now again I will turn it from the left-hand road to the right-hand road, in which for millions of years it was wont to run, and once more the face of the earth shall change, and those who are left living upon the earth, or who in the course of ages shall come to live upon the new earth, must bow down to Oro and take him and his seed to be their gods and kings. When I heard this, I was overwhelmed and could not answer. Also, I remembered a certain confused picture which Iva had shown to us in the temple of Nio. But supported by his disbelief, Bickley asked, And how often does the balance of which you speak come this way, Lord Oro? Once only in many years. The number is my secret, Bickley, he replied. Then there is every reason to hope that it will not trouble us, remarked Bickley with a suspicion of mockery in his voice. Do you think so, you learned Bickley? Asked Oro. If so, I do not. Unless my skill has failed me and my calculations have gone awry, that traveller of which I tell should presently be with us. Hearken now! What is that sound we hear? As he spoke, there reached our ears the first far-off murmurs of a dreadful music. I cannot describe it in words, because that is impossible, but it was something like to the buzz of 1,000 humming-tops, such as are loved by children because of their weird song. Back to the wall, cried Oro triumphantly. The time is short. So back we went, Oro pausing a while behind us and overtaking us with long, determined strides. Iva led us, gliding at my side, and, as I thought, now and again glanced at my face with a look that was half anxious and half pitiful. Also twice she stooped and patted Tommy. We reached the wall, though not quite at the spot whence we had started to examine the grooved roads. At least I think this was so, since now for the first time I observed a kind of little window in its rocky face. It stood about 5 feet from its floor level, and was perhaps 10 inches square, not more. In short, except for its shape, it resembled a ship's porthole rather than a window. Its substance appeared to be talc, or some such material, and inches thick, yet through it, after Oro cast aside some sort of covering, came a glare like that of a searchlight. In fact, it was a searchlight so far as concerned one of its purposes. By this window or porthole lay a pile of cloaks, also 4 objects which looked like Zulu battle shields, cut in some unknown metal or material. Very deftly, very quietly, Iva lifted these cloaks and wrapped one of them about each of us, and while she was thus employed, I noticed that they were of a substance very similar to that of the gown she wore, which I have described, but harder. Next she gave one of the metal-like shields to each of us, bidding us hold them in front of our bodies and heads, and only to look through certain slits in them in which were eyepieces that appeared to be of the same horny stuff as the searchlight window. Further, she commanded us to stand in a row, with our backs against the rock wall, at certain spots which she indicated with great precision, and whatever we saw or heard, on no account to move. So there we stood, Bickley next to me, and beyond him Bastin. Then Iva took the 4th shield, as I noted a much larger one than ours, and placed herself between me and the searchlight or porthole. On the other side of this was Oro, who had no shield. These arrangements took some minutes, and during that time occupied all our attention. When they were completed, however, our curiosity and fear began to reassert themselves. I looked about me and perceived that Oro had his right hand upon what seemed to be a rough stone rod, in shape not unlike that with which railway points are moved. He shouted to us to stand still and keep the shields over our faces. Then very gently he pressed upon the lever. The porthole sank the fraction of an inch, and instantly there leapt from it a most terrific blaze of lightning, which shot across the blackness in front, and as lightning does, revealed far, far away another wall, or rather cliff, like that against which we leant. All works well, exclaimed Oro in a satisfied voice, lifting his hand from the rod, and the strength which I have stored will be more than enough. Meanwhile, the humming noise came nearer and grew in volume. "I say," said Bickley, "as you know, I have been skeptical, but I don't like this business." "Oro, what are you going to do?" "Sink half the world beneath the seas," said Oro, "and raise up that which I drowned more than 2,000 centuries ago. But as you do not believe that I have this power, Bickley, why do you ask such questions?" "I believe that you have it, which was why I tried to shoot you yesterday," said Bastin. "For your soul's sake, I beg you to desist from an attempt which I am sure will not succeed, but which will certainly involve your eternal damnation, since the failure will be no fault of yours." Then I spoke also, saying, "I implore you, Lord Oro, to let this business be. I do not know exactly how much or how little you can do, but I understand that your object is to slay men by millions in order to raise up another world of which you will be the absolute king, as you were of some past empire that has been destroyed, either through your agency or otherwise. No good can come of such ambitions. Like Bastin, for your soul's sake, I pray you to let them be." "What Humphrey says I repeat," said Iva. "My father, although you know it not, you seek great evil, and from these hopes you sow, you will harvest nothing save a loss of which you do not dream. Moreover, your plans will fail. Now I, who am like yourself of the children of wisdom, have spoken, for the first and last time, and my words are true. I pray you give them weight, my father." Oro heard and grew furious. "What?" he said. "Are you against me, everyone, and my own daughter also? I would lift you up. I would make you rulers of a new world. I would destroy your vile civilizations which I have studied with my eyes, that I may build better. To you, Humphrey, I would give my only child in marriage, that from you may spring a divine race of kings. And yet you were against me and set up your puny scruples as a barrier across my path of wisdom. Well, I tread them down. I go in my appointed way. But beware how you try to hold me back. If any one of you should attempt to come between me and my ends, know that I will destroy you all. Obey or die." "Well, he has had his chance and he won't take it," said Bastin in the silence that followed. "The man must go to the devil his own way, and there is nothing more to be said." I say the silence, but it was no more silent. The distant humming grew to a roar, the roar to a hellish hurricane of sound which presently drowned all attempts at ordinary speech. Then, bellowing like 10 millions of bulls, at length far away there appeared something terrible. I can only describe its appearance of that of an attenuated mountain on fire. When it drew nearer, I perceived that it was more like a ballet dancer whirling round and round upon her toes, or rather all the ballet dancers in the world rolled into one and then multiplied 1,000,000 times in size. No, it was like a mushroom with 2 stalks, one above and one below, or a huge top with a point on which it spun, a swelling belly and another point above. But what a top! It must have been 2,000 feet high if it was an inch, and its circumference who could measure? On it came, dancing, swaying, and spinning at a rate inconceivable, so that it looked like a gigantic wheel of fire. Yet it was not fire that clothed it, but rather some phosphorescence, since from it came no heat. Yes, a phosphorescence arranged in bands of ghastly blue and lurid red, with streaks of other colors running up between, and a kind of waving fringe of purple. The fire mountain thundered on with a voice like to that of avalanches or of icebergs crashing from their parent glaciers to the sea. Its terrific aspect was appalling, and its weight caused the solid rock to quiver like a leaf. Watching it, we felt as ants might feel at the advent of the crack of doom, for its mere height and girth and size overwhelmed us. We could not even speak. The last words I heard were from the mouth of Oro, who screamed out, "Behold the balance of the world, you miserable doubting men, and behold me change its path, turning it as a steersman turns a ship." Then he made certain signs to Iva, who in obedience to them approached the porthole or searchlight, to which he did something that I could not distinguish. The effect was to make the beam of light much stronger and sharper, also to shift it on to the point or foot of the spinning mountain, and by aiming of the lens from time to time to keep it there. This went on for a while, since the dreadful thing did not travel fast, notwithstanding the frightful speed of its revolutions. I should doubt indeed if it advanced more quickly than a man could walk. At any rate, so it seemed to us. but we had no means of judging its real rate of progress, whereof we knew as little as we did of the course it followed in the bowels of the earth. Perhaps that was spiral from the world's deep heart upwards, and this was the highest point it reached. Or perhaps it remained stationary, but still spinning, for scores or hundreds of years in some central powerhouse of its own, whence, in obedience to unknown laws, from time to time it made these terrific journeys. No one knows, unless perhaps Oro did, in which case he kept the information to himself, and no one will ever know. At any rate, there it was, traveling towards us on its giant butt, the peg of the top, as it were, which, hidden in a cloud of friction-borne sparks that enveloped it like the cup of a curving flower of fire, whirled round and round at an infinite speed. It was on this flaming flower that the searchlight played steadily, doubtless that Oro might mark and measure its monstrous progress. "He is going to try to send the thing down the right-hand path," I shouted into Bickley's ear. "Can't be done. Nothing can shift a traveling weight of tens of millions of tons 1 inch, Bickley roared back, trying to look confident. Clearly, however, Iva thought that it could be done, for of a sudden she cast down her shield and, throwing herself upon her knees, stretched out her hands in supplication to her father. I understood, as did we all, that she was imploring him to abandon his hellish purpose. He glared at her and shook his head. Then, as she still went on praying, he struck her across the face with his hand and pushed her to her feet again. My blood boiled as I saw it, and I think I should have sprung at him, had not Bickley caught hold of me, shouting, "Don't, or he will kill her and us too." Iva lifted her shield and returned to her station, and in the blue discharges, which now flashed almost continuously, and the phosphorescent glare of the advancing mountain, I saw that though her beautiful face worked beneath the pain of the blow, her eyes remained serene and purposeful. Even then I wondered, what was the purpose shining through them? Also I wondered if I was about to be called upon to make that sacrifice of which she had spoken, and if so, how. Of one thing I was determined, that if the call came, it should not find me deaf. Yet all the while I was horribly afraid. At another sign from Oro, Iva did something more to the lens. Again, being alongside of her, I could not see what it was. The beam of light shifted and wandered till, far away, it fell exactly upon that spot where the rock began to rise into the ridge which separated the two grooves or roads and ended in the razor-edged cliff. Moreover, I observed that Oro, who left it the last of us, had either placed something white to mark this first infinitesimal bulging of the floor of the groove, or had smeared it with chalk or shining pigment. I observed also what I had not been able to see before, that a thin white line ran across the floor, no doubt to give the precise direction of this painted rise of rock, and that the glare of the searchlight now lay exactly over that line. The monstrous flaming gyroscope fashioned in nature's workshop, for such without doubt it was drawing near, emitting as it came a tumult of sounds which, with the echoes that they caused, almost overwhelmed our senses. Poor little Tommy, already cowed, although he was a bold-natured beast, broke down entirely, and I could see from his open mouth that he was howling with terror. He stared about him, then ran to Iva and pawed at her, evidently asking to be taken into her arms. She thrust him away, almost fiercely, and made signs to me to lift him up and hold him beneath my shield. This I did, reflecting sadly that if I was to be sacrificed, Tommy must share my fate. I even thought about passing him on to Bickley, but had no time. Indeed, I could not attract his attention, for Bickley was staring with all his eyes at the nightmare-like spectacle which was in progress about us. Indeed, no nightmare, no wild imagination of which the mind of man is capable, could rival the aspect of its stupendous facts. Think of them! The unmeasured space of blackness threaded by those globes of ghastly incandescence that now hung a while and now shot upwards, downwards, across, apparently without origin or end, like a stream of meteors that had gone mad. Then the traveling mountain, 2,000 feet in height, or more, with its enormous saucer-like rim painted round with bands of lurid red and blue, and about its grinding foot the tulip bloom of emitted flame. Then the fierce-faced Oro at his post, his hand upon the rod, waiting, remorseless, to drown half of this great world, with the lovely Iva standing calm-eyed like a saint in hell and watching me above the edge of the shield which such a saint might bear to turn aside the fiery darts of the wicked. And lastly, we three men flattened terror-stricken against the wall. Nightmare! Imagination! No, these pale before that scene which it was given to our human eyes to witness. And all the while, bending, bowing towards us, away from us, making obeisance to the path in front as though in greeting, to the path behind as though in farewell, instinct with a horrible life, with a hideous and gigantic grace, that titanic terror whirled onwards to the mark of fate. At the moment, nothing could persuade me that it was not alive and did not know its awful mission. Visions flashed across my mind. I thought of the peoples of the world sleeping in their beds, or going about their business, or engaged even in the work of war. I thought of the ships upon the seas steaming steadily towards their far-off ports. Then I thought of what presently might happen to them, of the tremors followed by convulsions, of the sudden crashing down of cities, such as we had seen in the picture Iva showed us in the temple, of the inflow of the waters of the deep piled in mighty waves, of the woe and desolation as of the end of the world, and of the quiet following death. So I thought, and in my heart prayed to the great arch-architect of the universe to stretch out his arm to avert this fearsome ruin of his handiwork. Oro glared. His thin fingers tightened their grip upon the rod. His hair and long beard seemed to bristle with furious and delighted excitement. The purple-fringed rim of the monster had long overshadowed the whited patch of rock. Its grinding foot was scarce 10 yards away. Oro made more signs to Iva, who, beneath the shelter of her shield, again bent down and did something that I could not see. Then, as though her part were played, she rose, drew the grey hood of her cloak all about her face so that her eyes alone remained visible, took one step towards me, and in the broken English we had taught her, called into my ear, "Humphrey, God you bless. Humphrey, we meet soon. Forget not me." She stepped back again before I could attempt to answer, and next instant, with a hideous concentrated effort, Oro, bending himself double, thrust upon the rod, as I could see from his open mouth, shouting while he thrust. At the same moment, with a swift spring, Iva leapt immediately in front of the lens or window, so that the metallic shield with which she covered herself pressed against its substance. Simultaneously, Oro flung up his arms as though in horror. Too late! The shutter fell, and from behind it there sprang out a rush of living flame. It struck on Iva's shield and expanded to right and left. The insulated shield and garments that she wore seemed to resist it. For a fraction of time she stood there like a glowing angel, wrapped in fire. Then she was swept outwards and upwards, and at a little distance dissolved like a ghost and vanished from our sight. Iva was ashes. Iva was gone. The sacrifice was consummated. And not in vain, not in vain. On her poor breast she had received the full blast of that hellish lightning flash. Yet, whilst destroying, it turned away from her, seeking the free paths of the air. So it came about that this obstructed strength struck the foot of the traveling gyroscope, diffused, and did not suffice to thrust it that one necessary inch on which depended the fate of half the world, or missing it altogether, passing away on either side. Even so the huge gleaming mountain rocked and trembled. Once, twice, thrice, it bowed itself toward us, as though in majestic homage to greatness passed away. For a second, too, its course was checked, and at the check the earth quaked and trembled. Yes, then the world shook, and the blue globes of fire went out, while I was thrown to the ground. When they returned again, the flaming monster was once more sailing majestically upon its way and down the accustomed left-hand path. Indeed, the sacrifice was not in vain. The world shook, but Iva had saved the world. End of chapter 25.
Section 26 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Section 26, Tommy. I lay still a while, on my back as I had fallen, and beneath the shield-like defense which Eva had given to me. Notwithstanding the fire-resisting metallized stuff of which it was made, I noted that it was twisted and almost burnt through. Doubtless the stored-up electricity or earth magnetism, or whatever it may have been that had leapt out of that hole, being diffused by the resistance with which it was met, had grazed me with its outer edge, and had it not been for the shield and cloak, I also should have been burned up. I wished, oh, how I wished, that it had been so. Then, by now, all must have finished, and I should have known the truth as to what awaits us beyond the change. Sleep, or dreams, or perchance the fullest life. Also, I should not have learned alone. Lying there thus, idly, as though in half-sleep, I felt Tommy licking my face, and throwing my arm about the poor little frightened beast, I watched the great world balance as it retreated on its eternal journey. At one time its vast projecting rim had overshadowed us, and almost seemed to touch the cliff of rock against which we leant. I remember that the effect of that shining arch 1,000 feet or so above our heads was wonderful. It reminded me of a canopy of blackest thunderclouds supported upon a framework of wheeling rainbows, while beneath it all the children of the devil shouted together in joy. I noted this effect only a few seconds before Eva spoke to me and leapt into the path of the flash. Now, however, it was far away, a mere flaming wheel that became gradually smaller, and its satanic voices were growing faint. As I have said, I watched its disappearance idly, reflecting that I should never look upon its like again, also that it was something well worth going forth to see. Then I became aware that the humming, howling din had decreased sufficiently to enable me to hear human voices without effort. Bastin was addressing Bickley. Like myself, they were both upon the ground. Her translation, as you may have noticed, Bickley, if you were not too frightened, was really very remarkable. No doubt it will have reminded you, as it did me, of that of Elijah. She had exactly the appearance of a person going up to heaven in a vehicle of fire. The destination was certainly the same, and even the cloak she wore added a familiar touch and increased the similarity. At any rate, it did not fall upon you, answered Bickley, with something like a sob, in a voice of mingled awe and exasperation. For goodness sake, Bastin, stop your biblical parallels and let us adore, yes, let us adore the divinest creature that the earth has borne. Never have I loved Bickley more than when I heard him utter those words. Divinest is a large term, Bickley, and one to which I hesitate to subscribe, remembering as I do certain of the prophets and the early fathers with all their faults, not of course to mention the apostles. But, here he paused, for suddenly all three of us became aware of Oro. He also has been thrown to the ground by the strength of the prisoned forces which he gathered and loosed upon their unholy errand, but, as I rejoice to observe, had suffered from them much more than ourselves. Doubtless this was owing to the fact that he had sprung forward in a last wild effort to save his daughter, or to prevent her from interfering with his experiment, I know not which. As a result, his right cheek was much scorched, his right arm was withered and helpless, and his magnificent beard was half burnt off him. Further, very evidently he was suffering from severe shock, for he rocked upon his feet and shook like an aspen leaf. All this, however, did not interfere with the liveliness of his grief and rage. There he stood, a towering shape, like a lightning-smitten statue, and cursed us, especially Bastin. "My daughter has gone," he cried, "burned up by the fiery power that is my servant. Nothing remains of her but dust. And, priest, this is your doing. You poisoned her heart with your childish doctrines of mercy and sacrifice and the rest, so that she threw herself into the path of the flash to save some miserable races that she had never even known." He paused, exhausted, whereon Bastin answered him with spirit. "Yes, Oro, she, being a holy woman, has gone where you will never follow her. Also, it is your own fault, since you should have listened to her entreaties instead of boxing her ears like the brute you are." "My daughter is gone," went on Oro, recovering his strength, "and my great designs are ruined. Yet only for a while," he added, "for the world balance will return again, if not till long after your lifespans are done." "If you don't doctor yourself, Lord Oro," said Bickley, also rising, "I may tell you, as one who understands such things, that most likely it will be after your lifespan is done also. Although their effect may be delayed, severe shocks from burns and overexcitement are apt to prove fatal to the aged." Oro snarled at him. No other word describes it. "And there are other things, physician," he said, "which are apt to prove fatal to the young. At least now you will no longer deny my power." "I am not so sure," answered Bickley, "since it seems that there is a greater power, namely, that of a woman's love and sacrifice." "And a greater still," interrupted Bastin, "which put those ideas into her head." "As for you, Humphrey," went on Oro, "I rejoice to think that you at least have lost two things that man desires above all other things, the woman you sought and the future kingship of the world." I stood up and faced him. "The first I have gained, although how, you do not understand, Oro," I answered. "And of the second, seeing that it would have come through you, on your conditions, I am indeed glad to be rid. I wish no power that springs from murder, and no gifts from one who answered his daughter's prayer with blows." For a moment he seemed remorseful. "She vexed me with her foolishness," he said. Then his rage blazed up again. "And it was you who taught it to her," he went on. "You are guilty, all three of you, and therefore I am left with none to serve me in my age. Therefore also my mighty schemes are overthrown. Also, Oro, if you speak truth, therefore half the world is saved," I added quietly, "and one has left it of whom it was unworthy." "You think that these civilizations of yours, as you are pleased to call them, are saved, do you?" he sneered. "Yet, if Bickley were right, and I should die and become powerless, I tell you that they are already damned. I have studied them in your books and seen them with my eyes, and I say that they are rotten before ever they are ripe, and that their end shall be the end of the sons of wisdom, to die for lack of increase. That is why I would have saved the East, because in it alone there is increase, and thence alone can rise the great last race of man, which I would have given to your children for a heritage. Moreover, think not that you Westerners have done with wars. I tell you that they are but begun, and that the sword shall eat you up, and what the sword spares, class shall snatch from class in the struggle for supremacy and ease." Thus he spoke with extraordinary and concentrated bitterness that I confess would have frightened me had I been capable of fear, which at the moment I was not. Who is afraid when he has lost all? Nor was Bastin alarmed, if for other reasons. "I think it right to tell you, Oro," he said, "that the only future you need trouble about is your own. God Almighty will look after the Western civilizations in whatever way he may think best, as you may remember he did just now. Only I am sure you won't be here to see how it is done." Again fury blazed in Oro's eyes. "At least I will look after you, you half-bred dogs who yap out ill-omened prophecies of death into my face. Since the three of you loved my daughter whom you brought to her doom, and were by her beloved, if differently, I think it best that you should follow on her road. How? That is the question. Shall I leave you to starve in these great caves? Nay, look not toward the road of escape which doubtless she pointed out to you, for, as Humphrey knows, I can travel swiftly, and I will make sure that you find it blocked. Or shall I?" And he glanced upwards at the great globes of wandering fire, as though he purposed to summon them to be our death, as doubtless he could have done. "I do not care what you do," I answered wearily, "only I would beg you strike quickly. Yet for my friends I am sorry, since it was I who led them on this quest, and for you too, Tommy," I added, looking at the poor little hound. "You were foolish, Tommy," I went on, "when you scented out that old tyrant in his coffin, at least for our own sake." Indeed, the dog was terribly scared. He whined continually and from time to time ran a little way and then returned to us, suggesting that we should go from this horror-haunted spot. Lastly, as though he understood that it was Oro who kept us there, he went to him and, jumping up, licked his hand in a beseeching fashion. The Superman looked at the dog, and as he looked, the rage went out of his face and was replaced by something resembling pity. "I do not wish the beast to die," he muttered to himself in low, reflective tones, as though he thought aloud. "For of them all, it alone liked and did not fear me. I might take it with me, but still it would perish of grief in the loneliness of the caves. Moreover, she loved it, whom I shall see no more. Yes, Eva." As he spoke the name, his voice broke a little. "Yet if I suffer them to escape, they will tell my story to the world and make me a laughing-stock. Well, if they do, what does it matter? None of those Western fools would believe it, thinking that they knew all. Like Bickley, they would mock and say that they were mad or liars." Again Tommy licked his hand, but more confidently, as though instinct told him something of what was passing in Oro's mind. I watched with an idle wonder, marveling whether it were possible that this merciless being would after all spare us for the sake of the dog. So strange to say it, it came about, for suddenly Oro looked up and said, "Get you gone, and quickly, before my mood changes. The hound has saved you. For its sake I give you your lives, who otherwise should certainly have died. She who has gone pointed out to you, I doubt not, a road that runs to the upper air. I think that it is still open. Indeed," he added, closing his eyes for a moment, "I see that it is still open, if long and difficult. Follow it, and should you win through, take your boat and sail away as swiftly as you can. Whether you die or live, I care nothing, but my hands will be clean of your blood, although yours are stained with Eva's. Begone, and my curse go with you." Without waiting for further words, we went to fetch our lanterns, water bottles, and a bag of food which we had laid down at a little distance. As we approached them, I looked up and saw Oro standing some way off. The light from one of the blue globes of fire which passed close above his head shone upon him and made him ghastly. Moreover, it seemed to me as though approaching death had written its name upon his malevolent countenance. I turned my head away, for about his aspect in those sinister surroundings there was something horrible, something menacing and repellent to man, and of him I wished to see no more. Nor indeed did I, for when I glanced in that direction again, Oro was gone. I supposed that he had retreated into the shadows where no light played. We gathered up our gear, and while the others were relighting the lanterns, I walked a few paces forward to the spot where Eva had been dissolved in the devouring fire. Something caught my eye upon the rocky floor. I picked it up. It was the ring, or rather the remains of the ring that I had given her on that night when we declared our love amidst the ruins by the crater lake. She had never worn it on her hand, but for her own reasons, as she told me, suspended it upon her breast beneath her robe. It was an ancient ring that I had bought in Egypt, fashioned of gold, in which was set a very hard basalt or other black stone. On this was engraved the Ankh, or looped cross, which was the Egyptian symbol of life, and round it a snake, the symbol of eternity. The gold was for the most part melted, but the stone, being so hard and protected by the shield and asbestos cloak, for which I suppose it was, had resisted the fury of the flash. Only now it was white instead of black, like a burnt onyx that had known the funeral pyre. Indeed, perhaps it was an onyx. I kissed it and hid it away, for it seemed to me to convey a greeting, and with it a promise. Then we started, a very sad and dejected trio, leaving with a shudder that vast place where the blue lights played eternally. We came to the shaft, up and down which the traveling stone pursued its endless path, and saw it arrive and depart again. "I wonder he did not send us that way," said Bickley, pointing to it. "I am sure I am very glad it never occurred to him," answered Bastin, "for I am certain that we could not have made the journey again without our guide, Eva." I looked at him, and he ceased. Somehow I could not bear, as yet, to hear her beloved name spoken by other lips. Then we entered the passage that she pointed out to us, and began a most terrible journey, which, so far as we could judge, for we lost any exact count of time, took us about 60 hours. The road, it is true, was smooth and unblocked, but the ascent was fearfully steep and slippery. So much so that often we were obliged to pull each other up it and lie down to rest. Had it not been for those large felt-covered bottles of life water, I am sure we should never have won through. But this marvelous elixir, drunk a little at a time, always reinvigorated us and gave us strength to push on. Also, we had some food, and fortunately our spare oil held out, for the darkness in that tunnel was complete. Tommy became so exhausted that at length we must carry him by turns. He would have died had it not been for the water. Indeed, I thought that he was going to die. After our last rest and a short sleep, however, he seemed to begin to recover, and generally there was something in his manner which suggested to us that he knew himself to be not far from the surface of the earth, towards which we had crawled upwards for thousands upon thousands of feet, fortunately without meeting with any zone of heat which was not bearable. We were right, for when we had staggered forward a little farther, suddenly Tommy ran ahead of us and vanished. Then we heard him barking, but where we could not see, since the tunnel appeared to take a turn and continue, but this time on a downward course, while the sound of the barks came from our right. We searched with the lanterns, which were now beginning to die, and found a little hole almost filled with fallen pieces of rock. We scooped these away with our hands, making an aperture large enough to creep through. A few more yards, and we saw light, the blessed light of the moon, and in it stood Tommy barking hoarsely. Next we heard the sound of the sea. We struggled on desperately, and presently pushed our way through bushes and vegetation onto a steep declivity. Down this we rolled and scrambled, to find ourselves at last lying upon a sandy beach, whilst above us the full moon shone in the heavens. Here, with a prayer of thankfulness, we flung ourselves down and slept. If it had not been for Tommy, and we had gone farther along the tunnel, which I have little doubt stretched on beneath the sea, where, I wonder, should we have slept that night? When we woke, the sun was shining high in the heavens. Evidently there had been rain towards the dawn, though as we were lying beneath the shelter of some broad-leaved tree, from it we had suffered little inconvenience. Oh, how beautiful, after our sojourn in those unholy caves, were the sun and the sea and the sweet air and the raindrops hanging on the leaves. We did not wake of ourselves. Indeed, if we had been left alone, I am sure we should have slept the clock round, for we were terribly exhausted. What woke us was the chatter of a crowd of Orofenians who were gathered at a distance from the tree and engaged in staring at us in a frightened way. Also the barks of Tommy, who objected to their intrusion. Among the people, I recognized our old friend, the chief Marama, by his feather cloak, and sitting up, beckoned to him to approach. After a good deal of hesitation, he came, walking delicately like Agag, and stopping from time to time to study us, as though he were not sure that we were real. "What frightens you, Marama?" I asked him. "You frighten us, O friend from the sea. Whence did you and the healer and the bellower come? And why do your faces look like those of ghosts? And why is the little black beast so large-eyed and so thin? Over the lake we know you did not come, for we have watched day and night. Moreover, there is no canoe upon the shore. Also, it would not have been possible." "Why not?" I asked idly. "Come and see," he answered. Rising stiffly, we emerged from beneath the tree and perceived that we were at the foot of the cliff against which the remains of the yacht had been borne by the great tempest. Indeed, there it was within a couple of 100 yards of us. Following Marama, we climbed the sloping path which ran up the cliff and ascended a knoll whence we could see the lake and the cone of the volcano in its center. At least we used to be able to see this cone, but now, at any rate, with the naked eye, we could make out nothing except a small brown spot in the midst of the waters of the lake. The mountain which rose up many feet in that storm, which brought you to Orofina, friend from the sea, has now sunk, till only the very top of it is to be seen, said Marama solemnly. Even the rock of offerings has vanished beneath the water, and with it the house that we built for you. Yes, I said, affecting no surprise, but when did that happen? 5 nights ago the world shook, friend from the sea, and when the sun rose we saw that the mouth of the cave which appeared on the day of your coming had vanished, and that the holy mountain itself had sunk deep, so that now only the crust of it is left above the water. Such things happen, I replied carelessly. Yes, friend from the sea, like many other marvels, they happen where you and your companions are. Therefore we beg you, who can rise out of the earth like spirits, to leave us at once before our island and all of us who dwell thereon are drowned beneath the ocean. Leave us before we kill you, if indeed you be men, or die at your hands if, as we think, you be evil spirits who can throw up mountains and drag them down, and create gods that slay and move about in the bowels of the world. That is our intention, for our business here is done, I answered calmly. Come now and help us to depart, but first bring us food. Bring it in plenty, for we must victual our boat. Marama bowed and issued the necessary orders. Indeed, food sufficient for our immediate needs was already there as an offering, and of it we ate with thankfulness. Then we boarded the ship and examined the lifeboat. Thanks to our precautions, it was still in very fair order, and only needed some little caulking, which we did with grass fiber and pitch from the stores. After this, with the help of the Orofinians, who worked hard in their desperate desire to be rid of us, we drew the boat into the sea and provisioned her with stores from the ship, and with an ample supply of water. Everything being ready at last, we waited for the evening wind, which always blew offshore, to start. As it was not due for half an hour or more, I walked back to the tree under which we had slept and tried to find the hole whence we had emerged from the tunnel onto the face of the cliff. My hurried search proved useless. The declivity of the cliff was covered with tropical growth, and the heavy rain had washed away every trace of our descent, and very likely filled the hole itself with earth. At any rate, of it I could discover nothing. Then, as the breeze began to blow, I returned to the boat, and here bade adieu to Marama, who gave me his feather cloak as a farewell gift. "Good-bye, friend from the sea," he said to me. We are glad to have seen you, and thank you for many things, but we do not wish to see you any more." "Goodbye, Marama," I answered. "What you say we echo. At least you have now no great lump upon your neck, and we have rid you of your wizards. But beware of the god Oro who dwells in the mountain, for if you anger him, he will sink your island beneath the sea." "And remember all that I have taught you," shouted Bastin. Marama shivered, though whether at the mention of the god Oro, of whose powers the Orofinians had so painful a recollection, or at the result of Bastin's teachings, I do not know, and that was the last we shall ever see of each other in this world. The island faded behind us, and sore at heart because of all that we had found and lost again, for 3 days we sailed northward with a fair and steady wind. On the 4th evening, by an extraordinary stroke of fortune, we fell in with an American tramp steamer, trading from the South Sea Islands to San Francisco. To the captain, who treated us very kindly, we said simply that we were a party of Englishmen whose yacht had been wrecked on a small island several hundreds of miles away, of which we knew neither the name, if it had one, nor the position. This story was accepted without question, for such things often happen in those latitudes, and in due course we were landed at San Francisco, where we made certain depositions before the British consul as to the loss of the yacht Star of the South. Then we crossed America, having obtained funds by cable, and sailed for England in a steamer flying the flag of the United States. Of the great war which made this desirable I do not speak, since it has nothing, or rather little, to do with this history. In the end, we arrived safely at Liverpool, and thence travelled to our homes in Devonshire. Thus ended the history of our dealings with Oro, the Superman who began his life more than 250,000 years ago, and with his daughter, Eva, whom Bastin still often calls the Glittering Lady. End of section 26.
Chapter 27 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 27, Bastin Discovers a Resemblance. There is little more to tell. Shortly after our return, Bickley, like a patriotic Englishman, volunteered for service at the front and departed in the uniform of the R.A.M.C. Before he left, he took the opportunity of explaining to Bastin how much better it was in such a national emergency as existed to belong to a profession in which a man could do something to help the bodies of his countrymen that had been broken in the common cause, than to one like his in which it was only possible to pelt them with vain words. "You think that, do you, Bickley?" answered Bastin. "Well, I hold that it is better to heal souls than bodies, because, as even you will have learned out there in Orofina, they last so much longer." "I am not certain that I learned anything of the sort," said Bickley, "or even that Oro was more than an ordinary old man. He said that he had lived 1,000 years, but what was there to prove this except his word, which is worth nothing?" "There was the Lady Iva's word also, which is worth a great deal, Bickley." "Yes, but she may have meant 1,000 moons. Further, as according to her own showing, she was still quite young. How could she know her father's age?" "Quite so, Bickley, but all she actually said was that she was of the same age as one of our women of 27, which may have meant 270 for all I know. However, putting that aside, you will admit that they had both slept for 250,000 years. I admit that they slept, Bastin, because I helped to awaken them. But for how long there is nothing to show, except those star maps, which are probably quite inaccurate." "They are not inaccurate," I broke in, "for I have had them checked by leading astronomers who say that they show a marvelous knowledge of the heavens as these were 250,000 years ago, and are today. Here I should state that those 2 metal maps and the ring which I gave to Iva and found again after the catastrophe were absolutely the only things connected with her or with Oro that we brought away with us. The former I would never part with, feeling their value as evidence. Therefore, when we descended to the city Nio in the depths beneath, I took them with me wrapped in cloth in my pocket. Thus they were preserved. Everything else went when the rock of offerings and the cave mouth sank beneath the waters of the lake. This may have happened either in the earth tremor, which no doubt was caused by the advance of the terrific world balance, or when the electric power, though diffused and turned by Iva's insulated body, struck the great gyroscope's traveling foot with sufficient strength, not to shift it indeed on to the right-hand path as Oro had designed, but still to cause it to stagger, and even perhaps to halt for the fraction of a second. Even this pause may have been enough to cause convulsions of the earth above. Indeed, I gathered from Marama and other Orofenans that such convulsions had occurred on and around the island at what must have corresponded with that moment of the loosing of the force. This loss of our belongings in the House of the Rock of Offerings was the more grievous because among them were some Kodak photographs which I had taken, including portraits of Oro and one of Iva that was really excellent, to say nothing of pictures of the mouth of the cave and of the ruins and crater lake above. How bitterly I regret that I did not keep these photographs in my pocket with the map plates. Even if the star maps are correct, still it proves nothing, said Bickley, since possibly Oro's astronomical skill might have enabled him to draw that of the sky at any period, though I allow this is impossible. I doubt his taking so much trouble merely to deceive 3 wanderers who lacked the knowledge even to check them, I said. But all this misses the point, Bickley. However long they had slept, that man and woman did arise from seeming death. They did dwell in those marvelous caves with their evidences of departed civilizations, and they did show us that fearful world-wandering gyroscope. These things we saw. I admit that we saw them, Arbuthnot, and I admit that they are one and all beyond human comprehension. To that extent I am converted, and I may add humbled, said Bickley. So you ought to be, exclaimed Bastin, seeing that you always swore that there was nothing in the world that is not capable of a perfectly natural explanation. Of which all these things may be capable, Bastin, if only we held the key. Very well, Bickley, but how do you explain what the Lady Iva did? I may tell you now what she commanded me to conceal at the time, namely, that she became a Christian, so much so that by her own will I baptized and confirmed her on the very morning of her sacrifice. Doubtless it was this that changed her heart so much that she became willing, of course without my knowledge, to leave everything she cared for, here he looked hard at me, and lay down her life to save the world, half of which she believed was about to be drowned by Oro. Now, considering her history and upbringing, I call this a spiritual marvel, much greater than any you now admit, and one you can't explain, Bickley. No, I cannot explain, or at any rate I will not try, he answered, also staring hard at me. Whatever she believed, or did not believe, and whatever would or would not have happened, she was a great and wonderful woman whose memory I worship. Quite so, Bickley, and now perhaps you see my point, that what you describe as mere vain words may also be helpful to mankind, more so indeed than your surgical instruments and pills. You couldn't convert Oro anyway, exclaimed Bickley with irritation. No, Bickley, but then I have always understood that the devil is beyond conversion because he is beyond repentance. You see, I think that if that old scoundrel was not the devil himself, at any rate he was a bit of him, and if I am right, I am not ashamed to have failed in his case. Even Oro was not utterly bad, Bastin, I said, reflecting on certain traits of mercy that he had shown, or that I dreamed him to have shown in the course of our mysterious midnight journeys to various parts of the earth. Also, I remember that he had loved Tommy and for his sake had spared our lives. Lastly, I do not altogether wonder that he came to certain hasty conclusions as to the value of our modern civilizations. I am very glad to hear it, Humphrey, since while there is a spark left the whole fire may burn up again, and I believe that to the divine mercy there are no limits, though Oro will have a long road to travel before he finds it. And now I have something to say. It has troubled me very much that I was obliged to leave those Orofenans wandering in a kind of religious twilight, You couldn't help that, said Bickley, seeing that if you had stopped, by now you would have been wandering in religious light. Still, I am not sure that I ought not to have stopped. I seem to have deserted a field that was open to me. However, it can't be helped, since it is certain that we could never find that island again, even if Oro has not sunk it beneath the sea, as he is quite capable of doing, to cover his tracks, so to speak. So I mean to do my best in another field by way of atonement. You are not going to become a missionary, I said. No, but with the consent of the bishop, who I think believes that my locum got on better in the parish than I do, as no doubt was the case, I too have volunteered for the front, and been accepted as a chaplain of the 201st Division. Why, that's mine, said Bickley. Is it? I am very glad, since now we shall be able to pursue our pleasant arguments and to do our best to open each other's minds. You fellows are more fortunate than I am, I remarked. I also volunteered, but they wouldn't take me, even as a Tommy, although I misstated my age. They told me, or at least a specialist whom I saw did afterwards, that the blow I got on the head from that sorcerer's boy. I know, broke in Bickley almost roughly. Of course, things might go wrong at any time, but with care you may live to an old age. I am sorry to hear it, I said with a sigh. At least I think I am. Meanwhile, fortunately there is much that I can do at home. Indeed, a course of action has been suggested to me by an old friend who is now in authority. Once more, Bickley and Bastin in their war-stained uniforms were dining at my table, and on the very night of their return from the front, which was unexpected. Indeed, Tommy nearly died of joy on hearing their voices in the hall. They, who played a worthy part in the great struggle, had much to tell me, and naturally their more recent experiences had overlaid to some extent those which we shared in the mysterious island of Orofina. Indeed, we did not speak of these until, just as they were going away, Bastin paused beneath a very beautiful portrait of my late wife, the work of an artist famous for his power of bringing out the inner character, or what some might call the soul, of the sitter. He stared at it for a while in a short-sighted way, then said, "Do you know, Arbuthnot, it has sometimes occurred to me, and never more than at this moment, that although they were different in height and so on, there was a really curious physical resemblance between your late wife and the Lady Iva." "Yes," I answered, "I think so too." Bickley also examined the portrait very carefully, and as he did so I saw him start. Then he turned away, saying nothing. Such is the summary of all that has been important in my life. It is, I admit, an odd story, and one which suggests problems that I cannot solve. Bastin deals with such things by that acceptance which is the privilege and hallmark of faith. Bickley disposes, or used to dispose, of them by a blank denial which carries no conviction, at least of all to himself. What is life to most of us who, like Bickley, think ourselves learned? A round, short but still with time and to spare wherein to be dull and lonesome, a fateful treadmill to which we were condemned we know not how, but apparently through the casual passions of those who went before us and are now forgotten, causing us, as the Bible says, to be born in sin, up which we walk wearily we know not why, seeming never to make progress, off which we fall outworn we know not when or whither. Such upon the surface it appears to be, nor in fact does our ascertained knowledge, as Bickley would sum it up, take us much further. No prophet has yet arisen who attempted to define either the origin or the reasons of life. Even the very greatest of them himself is quite silent on this matter. We are tempted to wonder why. Is it because life is expressed in the higher of human beings is or will be too vast, too multiform and too glorious for any definition which we could understand? Is it because in the end it will involve for some, if not for all, majesty on unfathomed majesty, and glory upon unimaginable glory, such as at present far outpass the limits of our thought? The experiences which I have recorded in these pages awake in my heart a hope that this may be so. Bastin is wont, like many others, to talk in a light fashion of eternity, without in the least comprehending what he means by that gigantic term. It is not too much to say that eternity, something without beginning and without end, and involving, it would appear, an everlasting changelessness, is a state beyond human comprehension. As a matter of fact, we mortals do not think in constellations, so to speak, or in eons, but by the measures of our own small earth and of our few days thereon. We cannot really conceive of an existence stretching over even 1,000 years, such as that which Oro claimed in the Bible accords to a certain early race of men, omitting of course his 2,500 centuries of sleep. And yet what is this but one grain in the hourglass of time, one day in the lost record of our earth, of its sisters the planets and its father the sun, to say nothing of the universes beyond? It is because I have come in touch with a prolonged though perfectly finite existence of the sort, that I try to pass on the reflections which the fact of it awoke in me. There are other reflections connected with Iva and the marvel of her love and its various manifestations which arise also. But these I keep to myself. They concern the wonder of woman's heart, which is a microcosm of the hopes and fears and desires and despairs of this humanity of ours, whereof from age to age she is the mother. Humphrey Arbuthnot. End of chapter 27.
Section 28 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jade, Leah Pilling. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Note by J.R. Bickley, M.R.C.S. Within about 6 months of the day on which he wrote the last words of this history of our joint adventures, my dear friend Humphrey Arbuthnot died suddenly, as I had foreseen that probably he would do, from the results of the injury he received in the island of Orofina. He left me the sole executor to his will, under which he divided his property into 3 parts. 1/3 he bequeathed to me, 1/3 which is strictly tied up to Bastin, and 1/3 to be devoted, under my direction, to the advancement of science. His end appears to have been instantaneous, resulting from an effusion of blood upon the brain. When I was summoned, I found him lying dead by the writing desk, in his library at Fulcombe Priory. He had been writing at the desk, for on it was a piece of paper which appeared these words: I have seen her, there the writing ends, not stating whom he thought he had seen in the moments of mental disturbance or delusion which preceded his decease. Save for certain verbal corrections, I publish this manuscript without comment, as the will directs, only adding that it sets out our mutual experiences very faithfully, though Arbuthnot's deductions from them are not always my own. I would say also that I am contemplating another visit to the South Sea Islands, where I wish to make some further investigations. I dare say, however, that these will be barren of results, as the fountain of life water is buried forever, nor, as I think, will any human being stand again in the Hades-like halls of Nio. It is probable, also, that it would prove impossible to rediscover the island of Orofina, if indeed that volcanic land still remains above the waters of the deep. Now that he is a very wealthy man, Bastin talks of accompanying me for purposes quite different from my own, but on the whole I hope he will abandon this idea. I may add that when he learned of his unexpected inheritance, he talked much of the deceitfulness of riches, but that he has not as yet taken any steps to escape their golden snare. Indeed, he now converses of his added opportunities of usefulness, I gather in connection with missionary enterprise. J.R. Bickley. P.S. I forgot to state that the spaniel Tommy died within 3 days of his owner. The poor little beast was present in the room at the time of Arbuthnot's passing away, and when found seemed to be suffering from shock. From that moment Tommy refused food, and finally was discovered quite dead and lying by the body of Marama's feather cloak, which Arbuthnot often used as a dressing gown. As Bastin raised some religious objections, I arranged without his knowledge that the dog's ashes should rest not far from those of the master and mistress whom it loved so well. J.R.B. End of section 28. End of When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard.